it's an interesting life. I do enjoy it.
It is. It's well, I think the fact that you enjoy it is one reason it's so interesting. You allow yourself to experience joy, which is wonderful and rather rare. So happy Thanksgiving, my love. And call back.
Thank you. Same to you. Okay, thank you very much.
Take care. I get the best people. Lindy. We got Lindy in Australia. How are you, Lindy?
Hello there.
Hi,
I'm
baby.
great,
How
thank
are
you.
Where in Australia are you?
I'm really good. Queensland.
Oh, cool. Never been there.
Yeah, on the Gold Coast.
Gold Coast. Hello.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hello.
I'll be right over. As I've said very often in this program, I freaking love Australia and Australians. I lived in Sydney for a little while. So I like to connect people through their birthdays. I'm sorry if I'm talking over. I'm having a little trouble hearing you, so forgive me.
Oh, okay. I'll try and
I will come on
speak
over.
a little bit into my...
Much better. Thank you.
Is that better?
So when is your birthday? I like to connect people through their birthdays. That's much better. Thank you.
Birthday, the 3rd of the 6th. And the year?
When is your birthday?
The 3rd of June.
Oh, cool.
And do you need the year too? Yeah.
Cool. Mine's March 18th,
Yeah.
just so you know. Just so you can send a card. Oh, wow, 36, you're having a Jupiter return this year. Oh, 1960. Okay, cool.
This year or next year?
Your year of the, your year of the dragon. Cool. Anyway, how can I help you, my love?
Oh, in any way that you sort of can pick up on. I'm sort of like thinking I've made a big move, life changes. I've had some big life changes, and I'm sort of wondering if I'm going to work again or have another relationship.
You are. Here's what I get. First of all, I think you're second guessing some of the big changes you made. You made a lot of very good intuitive choices, very strong choices for your life. How far did you move? Did you move like 50 miles or 300
about
miles?
3,000 miles. So 3,000. I moved from Melbourne to Queensland.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good idea.
It
It is good.
Yeah. Nice being warm.
Are you in healthcare? Or are you, being warm is wonderful. Are you in healthcare?
I'm not in anything at the moment. When I moved, I was in the funeral industry for most of my life, a family business.
Okay. Actually, for me, that kind of
now I'm not working. I'm trying to find my direction, whether, what to do now. Now I'm here and settled.
It's funny. I actually think of the funeral business as being part of the healthcare industry, although the very last part.
I guess so.
But it's something, I guess what I was picking up on is that you're very good at helping people. And I think one of the things you did in your last business was you were really, really sympathetic and compassionate with people, which is rare.
Yeah.
I mean, having had to take care of my share of funerals, having somebody there like you, it just makes a huge difference. And I think making a difference in people's lives is a key thing for you. You really, really thrive on knowing you help people.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because
I want to do something like that. Yeah.
I can see a couple of things I can see you doing. I could see you, if you don't have to work immediately, I could see you, perhaps you'd make a fantastic therapist if there's some sort of, or a life coach, which is less training. You're just so good at helping people. You're also very good at working with children, which I don't understand because to me they're just mobile petri dishes. But if you like them, good.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. No, you're very good.
Yeah, I do.
I just treat them as if they're short adults with really bad ADHD. So those are some things I could see you doing. I just love the idea. I hate to repeat myself, but Geminis are also very good. I've got a sister who's a Gemini, and they're very good at being therapists, being social workers. My sister's very good at that. So I can see you doing that.
That's the direction I want to go in. I just don't have the education but I've just got
but I think there's a way. I think there's a shortcut of some kind. You could get a life coach certification. There are shorter certification things you could do. You'd also make a very good art therapist, which I think is a shorter. Any kind of occupational therapy, you'd be great at. Great. You could also be a music therapist, but art therapist doesn't take that much training, and there's a lot of work out there for that. Anything, especially something that combines creativity with helping, because you have a strong creative streak. You're very visual, right?
Yeah. That's sort of
or you
what
could
I would like
fly
to
over
do
here and redecorate my house for me. Yeah. That's another thing you could do. The last thing I'm going to suggest, because we have a minute and a half, I think you're are you somebody who decorates your friends' houses, whether they want you to or not?
No, but I surround over mine.
I could see you. The other thing I can see you doing is taking a short course in feng shui and having a nice little side hustle as a feng shui decorator person. So that's what I'm getting for you. I think
that's up my alley.
Yeah. That's the most. That's actually lighting up the most for me. I was kind of warming up before. Well, we're going to end in a second, but I'm really glad you called, and I will be over to your house next week. And
okay.
But I love the feng shui is really lighting up for you with decorate. You've got the thing I was picking up as creativity is also in intuition with you. You've got very good intuition, and you're very good at sensing the energy of spaces. So I love that for you. So get in touch and let me know what you decided to do. I'm very excited. I think you're going to be great.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, Lindy, it's so nice meeting you. Thank you so much for calling in.
You too.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi, how are you all? And welcome, Eleanor Grace here, and we're doing our Psychic Destiny show here today. So I hope you're all very well. Remember, on my Psychic Destiny show, I'll be using some cards. These are the Rider-Waite cards. I'm a psychic medium, so I will connect to spirit as well. I'll be using crystal ball. This is my honey crystal ball. It's citrine, actually. Now, citrine is all about prosperity. Well, we all need a bit of that, don't we? Especially this time of year, coming up to the festive holidays. Isn't it wonderful? And of course, we're coming to the end of 2025, starting a new year, 2026. Well, we wonder what that will bring to us all. Hopefully lots of peace. That's what we want. We want world peace. Is that what we're looking for? So let's have a look at your cards then today, and I will connect to you using my psychic ability, my psychic experience. I'll look into your lives from today, recent past. Maybe you have to dip back a little bit to see what's been going on, and also being able to look forward, to really make that progression and to see where you're going, or who's coming into your life, and who's going to be your new best pal, your best friend, and work. We've got to consider what we're doing every day, haven't we? So I'm looking forward to speaking to you and to understanding your situation, connecting with you as quickly as I can, and being able to give you that hope and that comfort from those loved ones as well who are passed over into spirit. And none of us know quite exactly what we're looking at when we pass into spirit. What we do know is that nothing ever really dies. We're here, we're an electrical force, and we survive most transitions in our lifetime. So we'll be having a look at angels coming in and how we can celebrate our own lives and those that have gone before us, who've passed over as well. So firstly, I'm going to take a card here for everyone, and just to see exactly what we're feeling. So this is a money card, actually. It's the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles is all about being able to make savings, perhaps be a little bit frugal, perhaps get your money out. It's time to spend. And this, I think, is an opportune time for all of us to perhaps look at our resources, decide not to be so self-centered, and really to decide on how we're going to really splash out and enjoy the end of 2025. And I've got my first caller here. It's Priya. Hello there, Priya. And you're in London, I believe, in England. Hello there.
I am. Hi there. Thank you for having me.
Oh, that's my pleasure. Okay, let's have a look at you, Priya, and let's see exactly what's happening. I'm connecting to you, first of all, with using the cards, and you've got the Judgment card here. Very, very important time, I feel this is for you. I'll just hold that up for you so that you can see. But the Judgment card is all about making a decision and not necessarily having a judgment call. You're not going to be in judgment of other people. But what this represents for you, Priya, is that you have got to internalize all of the factors that are around you. Really think about other people that are around you, how you can establish yourself in your friendship groups and really make decisions about who is important and who isn't. Because I do see here that what you're likely to experience, Priya, is that some people will leave your life and you'll be wondering why. Why is that happening? I'm not talking so much about close personal relationships. I'm talking about friends here or work colleagues, people that you perhaps related to very well or trusted as well and given your heart to and really, experienced a closeness. And I feel that there's some of those individuals who are just sort of backing off, moving on, and they're being replaced here with new and interesting, positive-minded individuals. So I think there's an exchange of values going on in your life about who is relevant and who isn't. And it's about that transition for you. And this is what the judgment call is all about. So you will be, or will have, I think, recent past, been feeling a little bit isolated, a bit of a wounded soldier as well, perhaps a bit bruised and battered from life, and you having to have received perhaps some criticism. I've just got daggers that are going at you here. They're not actually penetrating you. They're not invading your skin or really allowing you to feel hurt. But it's more about a pride and status situation, egos being at stake as well. So look at those close around you, particularly in the workplace, and think about exactly what it is that you'd like to do. The moment that you think, well, this is what I would like to do, that's the moment that everything begins to be manifested and come back into your life and make you feel brilliant. And here you've got the world. Now, this is your third card out here today. So the world card is really explaining to you that you have freedom from those restrictions that are around you. And you may not feel them at the moment, Priya, but they are there. They could be an invisible barrier to your success and happiness. So freedom and expansion are very, very much your watchwords here for December. And I feel with you, it's a bit of a trial getting through the next 2 or 3 weeks. It's sludge. It's, to have to do this. And then you're going to break free, I think, in January. And that's going to be the start of the new Priya. I've got lots of books around you, Priya, and books are always full of knowledge and full of wisdom as well. So I think that's what you're being given here from Spirit, wise words, and you're being given that sense of elevation. So your life is going up, you're stepping up, and that's not a bad thing at all. Now, we've got some harmony around you as well. This is a loving relationship, and this is really plonked right at the beginning of next year, January, February, important dynamic change time for you. So I think that you are going to feel very loved and very warm and very much in love yourself at that time. Lots of romance, lots of sense of being content. There's a contentment and a warmth in your heart. I love that. I really love that. There's a bit of a delay as to what happens next within this close and personal relationship, but just let some time pass. That's all that you need to do. Letting time pass is really important, and it's an amazing strength as well. Test of your own character. This is what I'm feeling, Priya. So where are we, Priya, with these cards now in your reading? Do you agree that this is a time of change for you? Are you feeling that yourself?
Yeah, very much, actually. I feel like this is a really pivotal moment in my life. It feels like the end of a cycle of a decade, actually.
Okay, so that's a big one then. If it's a whole decade, that really is quite a big move. And that's the sort of energy that's here. So watch your step around those close people as well. They do seem to be surprising. I feel that it's going to be unexpected, Priya. You won't be looking at these individuals in the way that you're thinking, oh, yes, I can rely upon that person, I can rely upon this one. But also, don't hang out the people that you think may have offended you either. Just let people be, because there's some of those individuals that are going to be quite important next year. So you've got prosperity here in this honey crystal today. I also want to give you either Stephen or Stephanie. It's a name that's been coming in and in and in as I've been going through your reading. So have you got any connections to either of those two names? That's the first thing I want to ask you. Okay. All right. If you haven't, then watch for these names to come forward, because they are very, very much around you. And that's stepping into your future pathway. There's also a strong spiritual connection when you listen and read this, view this video. When you look at it back, you will see that I'm connecting to spirit. There's an angel that's floating around you, Priya, wanting to take care of your head. So stroking your head, keeping you calm, getting rid of those anxieties, getting rid of those difficult moments as well that you've got to transcend, because you're going through this transition. It's been a decade, it's been a long time. And this, I think, is where everything begins to happen for you. So I wish you well, very well. And I'm now going on to my next caller. So Priya, have a little listen and a view back on to this video, and you will see angels connecting in spirit. Stephen, Stephanie, very important names for you to connect to. And you're transitioning into a brand new start. Come January, February, that's it. You know, romance, love, adoring you. That's very much in your future path. So I think we've got Shauna now here on the line. Hello, welcome to Eleanor Grace.
Hi.
Are you there? Hello, hi. How are you doing here?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Okay, got sore throat. You know, it's just one of those. It's been around me all November and it just won't go. So I probably sound a little bit husky, but never mind. Is it Shauna? Is that how I pronounce your name?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, got the pronunciation right. Shauna, I'm looking at the cards. I'm just shuffling a few of them here for you. But the one thing that I want to say to you straight away, Shauna, is that you need to be careful here of deceitful people around you, people that you may have trusted, you know, completely, because you've got an honest heart, you've got an honest mind, and openness is there with you. You're a very open and warm person. But I do feel that somebody has been a bit mischievous, and perhaps you have, has you know, given you a reason not to trust them. So some mistrust here and a little bit of deceit. So be aware that not everybody that you're going to encounter in the next few weeks is going to be completely honest and above board. So that's what I'm feeling. There's also a person here, there's a male here. I think he's in your life, and he is really sort of pulling back and then pushing himself forward, pulling back, pushing. Do you understand that? Has your relationship been very sort of off and on?
Yeah.
Because I've got this, you know, I sort of want to push him there, and then no, we're going back here. And it's very difficult to get this person, this guy, to just stand still and be very open with you, talk to you. Maybe this is where I'm seeing some deceit and dishonesty. Because it's the very first thing that I connected to with you. However, that doesn't mean to say that this is a trend that's going to continue. It can just be something that's happening right now. I think that you are very much the power in the relationship that you have, and that you are the one and actually will call the shots, regardless of your feelings, regardless of how you may be, oh, I can't live without this person, he's wonderful, he's marvellous, all of those things. Well, he is marvellous, of course he is, but he has to be putting you first. He has to be saying, do you know what, Shauna is my priority number one. Number one. And I'm not seeing that at the moment. I think he is priority number one. So let's just have a little bit of a reversal here. I'm going back to September, 2 or 3 months ago, that sort of time, end of August, beginning of September. There was a marked change in him then, and there was also a sudden rise of anger, or his temperament changed as well. Is that true? Did that happen within him? No?
Yeah. There was, I can resonate with that.
Okay. Was it that sort of time as well? End of August, beginning of September, that sort of end of the summer. Money pressures was there as well. I've got pressure financially, and really feeling as though can't do enough, haven't got enough money, can't spend my way through this, can't take myself into any sort of new situation. So yeah, I feel that was difficult. But you've got the Sun card here now, so you got over it. It did pass. It wasn't going to really impact your life in a way that would have been so very damaging. So well done to you, because I think you were actually the one there that made everything work. That I think you were the one that pulled it all together, and perhaps put yourself in a financially adverse situation. Well done you. I mean, sometimes we do what we have to do because we're trustworthy and we're wanting the best for me and mine, for you and yours. You're wanting to make sure that close family and those partners are actually being cared for. So your soul is so true. You've actually got spirit coming through, and I want to go to, there's two initials here, one of S and one of P, and I'm being given a Sheila and Pat, only because that's the way that I would recognise those initials. So I want to quickly ask you, Shauna, S and P, do they resonate to you in spirit, or am I literally bringing in guides for you? Because there's new people and there's a huge amount of hands that I've got right in front of you. It's like these hands are coming out to greet you and grab hold of you and say, look, I really, really love you. So I think there's a new circle, and that circle of individuals are going to mean the world to you. So your guy at the moment, yes, we've got this stop, start. We have got this bit of indifference as well. He's got a true heart, though, and he can come through if he wants to. But the question that I want you to ask yourself, and I want to ask of you, is, are you ready? Is he ready? Are you ready for this time where you've got to literally tread on eggshells? It's not very comfortable. It isn't easy. And you have to also question, well, is it so hard to be happy? Is it hard to be happy? Shouldn't be. You should have somebody in your life who is making you feel marvelous and wonderful and uplifted and brave enough to face the next day and to take on every challenge in life. So I think that this is what's facing you, Shauna. So do you recognize the S and the P? Have we got that with you? Yeah?
His initial of his last name is a P.
Is it? Okay. And your S, of course. But is there a spirit? Yeah. Is there any connection in spirit? That's why I'm getting S and P.
My mom.
Maybe your mom.
My mom is an S.
Okay. She's with you. Do you miss her, don't you? What's happening now then? Is it an anniversary, special day? Is there a birthday or something? Because I'm getting birthday cakes, candles here. So Spirit is showing me this. Is that what you're about to do? Do you light candles for your mum? Do you?
Sometimes, yeah. Her birthday is the 27th.
That's what it is then. Oh, you know, she loves you so much. Still does. Always will. She'll always look over you. Don't cry for her. I know that it's upsetting and it's emotional when you get a message coming through. It's powerful, especially the name. It's interesting that she's given you S&P. So are you hoping to marry this man? Is this deep in your heart? Is this a wish here that you have, Shauna?
Maybe later on down the road.
Yeah,
yeah.
But I mean, was it something that you really wanted? You know, okay, we've got rocky roads at the moment, but you know what? Every relationship has rocky roads, and you've just got to straighten things out because you can, because you have the power in the relationship. It was from Spirit, this S&P, so it may well be that this is your man, and your mum is telling you that, and she is giving you that initial. That's going to be your initial, S&P, so your married initials. And I do see lots of doves here, so that's peace coming into your heart and into your mind. Do you have a little girl?
I do. She's 16.
Okay, not so little. Okay, but she looks so sweet. I mean, you can say sweet 16, but I've got a very pretty face. And your mum is wanting to do this. I don't know whether she did this with you. You can see it on the video. I'm just holding my chin here and my cheeks, you know, sort of giving you that sort of hug. And that very, very special blessing, I think. And that's going to your daughter as well. I think she has a long way to go. There's lots of training that's coming in, education, higher level. She's clever. Is she? Do you feel as though she's a clever girl? And your mum here is sort of saying, look, she wants her. She can see qualifications, you know, lights, her name in lights, and you know, being lifted up as well. Got the M initial now, the initial of M. Who is that? Can you take that, Shauna? Is that in spirit?
Or non-living? Spiritual or living?
I don't feel as though it's a living person. No, I feel that this is another spirit that has joined your mum because it's coming from her. But sometimes when I connect to spirit as close as you are to your mum, then she's trying to shout out something to you. So it can be either in this situation. What's the first thought in your mind? Let me check that one out.
Actually, my ex.
Okay. Is he your daughter's father?
No.
No. Okay. Well, who was nasty? Who was difficult? Because I think that's what your mum is trying to say to me.
Him.
Whoever. Okay. Your ex.
He was very messy.
Yeah.
His name is Mike.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, she didn't like him. That's all he wants to say. Didn't like him at all. So she moved him away. It's as though if you can imagine that she would blow as a big sort of breath coming down from spirit and blew him away. That's what she's saying. We want to blow him away. He won't come back. It's a bit like a dragonfly spirit. Look for some dragonflies around you. You know, these big sort of.
My mama loves dragonflies.
Okay. You're on what? Sorry, say again.
My mom loves dragonflies.
She's sending them to you. That's why I've got that. Because I'm saying, watch out for the dragonfly in your home, because that's her. You know, you're going to see some. And it's about that spirit connection. It's about making, it's like a ladder, you know, and you're climbing up the ladder. And there she is. There's her hand holding you up, but it's the dragonflies. So they're flying all around you and giving you that transition. Do you know, I think this relationship, I think you're going to make it. You're going to make it in this one. I'm looking here. You've got to fight. Look here. Queen of Swords, you're an intelligent woman and you know what you want. So get it in balance, get the money right, because money has been an issue and a problem. So that needs to be resolved. You need to talk about that. Get that right, get that straight, take responsibility, each of you, for whatever the money situation is, and then talk about the power play. Because I think that, you've got somebody here that tends to just retreat when he can't get his own way, or when he finds things are getting tough, and he just removes himself. Well, that's no good. He does, doesn't he? That's what I'm going to see my mate. Oh dear.
Like,
well,
spot on.
Well, you've got to pull him back and say, look, you keep doing this, it's not going to work. It won't, because you want to be able to have some freedom to do the same thing yourself. And, you want to do it together. And that's what I see here for you, the opportunity to do things together and to have a shared path. And you will have. It's not going to be too difficult for you to make that gain. And I do see you as well using this Christmas time as an opportune moment for you to, both of you, just make some promises to each other. It's like making a pact and saying, I don't want anybody else. Start there. Just start there. I'm not looking to replace you. I'm not looking to just have, the next guy that comes along. I want to put down roots. I want to make this work. Talking about roots, I do feel that there's quite a lot of movement in terms of geographical locations now. Travel is going to be important. Do you find yourself traveling a lot anyway?
Well, I'm here and there. We're staying with his parents right now.
Oh, okay, all right.
That was the walking on eggshells that I felt.
Oh yeah, absolutely. P's and Q's, yes, please, thank you, and all of that are very difficult. You've got the devil card here, which is a fabulous card in your situation. It's actually all about passion. Still holding on to the crystal ball here, and this is for prosperity, which is what I'm wishing for you, because I'm going to blow prosperity towards you, because you need some money. You need to get that anchor, and that will make everything change. So you're looking here at this devil card, and this is about passion and sex, sexiness, attraction. That's between the two of you. So you've got that to manage, which is great. You don't need to worry about that. It's all there. You don't have a problem. But the walking on eggshells is the negotiation, because the devil is always about, let's look at the detail. Let's negotiate our way through this particular problem. And that's exactly what you're going to do. Come February, Shauna, you will be in a different space. So you've just got a couple of months. That's all. And then you'll be great. You'll be absolutely great. And you have a wonderful 2025. Come to the end of the show now, but I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your story as well with us. And I hope to see you again soon. I'm Eleanor Grace, and thank you for tuning in to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. See you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, hello friends. Welcome on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. This is also, Thanksgiving Eve, right? So happy Thanksgiving Eve to you all that do celebrate this holiday. So if you all are watching, via either on Facebook or if you're on YouTube on the Moonstruck TV on YouTube, you're not going blind or you're not having blurry vision. I've just got some crazy Mercury retrograde technical, just blurry, but also very kind of classy looking filter going on. So don't we always blame it on Mercury retrograde or the moon, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to do? So you are not having blurry vision. So, you may still need to get your eyes checked, but if you're seeing it, you all know what this says above my head. So as many have watched. So if you don't know, well, it's Mini Medium. And so anyhow, super excited to be able to just be here today in general. And a couple things I wanted to do before we actually dive into obviously some readings tonight, but and then of course the affirmation for the week. But I just want to just give a thanks. This time of year is always so difficult. I know that, as we have loved ones that cross over and that are not here with us in the physical realm, it can be very difficult. And, some of you may know my mom passed away. Gosh, it's been almost 13 years. And my dad has been gone 8 years. So I miss them both terribly. Thanksgiving was one of my mom's favorite holidays, and she made the most amazing candied yams. If you don't know what those are, I'm sorry, you're missing out. But they just, they're yams, and obviously, and then they're candied up in a sense with marshmallows. And my mom would put, the toasted marshmallows, of course, and then she would dump pineapple juice and pineapple chunks. And I am just really just super excited to share my gifts and be able to share, especially with this being Thanksgiving. So I am going to try something with, let's see here. Perfect. Okay. I think we are good. Okay. So as I was mentioning earlier, before we were having technical problems, maybe it was my mom, but just, wanting to, just share with everybody that during these hard times with, having loved ones in spirit that are not able to be here with us, that they'd love to be recognized. So we always like to leave a seat, with kind of a name, place there, and just so they, even in spirit, feel welcome, during these holidays. So, like I said, I miss my mom so dearly, and this year's a little bit hard for me with Thanksgiving time, but I have to always look at it as that I know she's with us, and my dad as well. So now my dad is more Christmas. So as we get to Christmas time here, that's where my dad would be one of Santa's helpers, and as my dad was Santa's helper, then Christmas is always such a great memory with him. So lots of great memories. And I always say, let's focus on all of the good memories and the good times. And that, for me, gets me through, through these holidays. So anyhow, I am wishing you all from the Mini Medium family, to everybody, in case I forget when I sign off on my show for tonight, but sending you all such beautiful love and light. And thank you to everybody that has supported me and through my journey. Also giving a huge thanks to all of the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV family. I have felt just so welcomed, and it's been 3 years now, I believe. It's flying by so fast. So, and everybody that works behind the scenes. So make sure that you are taking some time to put all that beautiful, thankful, grateful energy out there, right? So, all right, let's go ahead and, I'm going to get all mushy and start crying, and my mascara is going to smear, and maybe that's what the blurry filter is for today. It's this spirit knew I was going to get emotional, and just let's blur that out. So anyhow, all right, guys, the affirmation for this week, and this is for everybody, says, when I don't know what is happening, I choose to be curious and excited about what is going to be. I love this. So when I don't know what is happening, I choose to be curious and excited about what is going to be. So trusting in the universe or God, or wherever you feel your higher, your maker, and just trusting that even though I don't have all the answers, I'm not quite sure what's coming, but you know what? I'm dang excited for whatever's going to be there. And I'll tell you, that's such a beautiful way of really living life, in my opinion. So it's, not always having to have the answers for, the future, right? And sometimes I think, I like kind of living kind of by the seat of my pants. It's that there's a little quote from Pretty Woman. So I just aged myself. One of my favorite movies. If you've never seen it, you're missing out. Go watch it. So, all right, my friends. So, I've been chatting a bit, and I want to get to some readings, and I know we've had some crazy energy going on already. So I'm going to head over to my first caller, and this is, I believe, Rebecca. Rebecca's in Australia. That's awesome. Hi, Rebecca. This is the Mini Medium.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing great. My friend. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I was just randomly come across you on our Facebook page and saw that you were looking for people to have free readings. And I've recently just had 2 people close to me pass, and wondering if you had any kind of energy surrounding me.
Oh, I love that. Absolutely. Let me, I'm going to pull a few cards for you. Just the way that I do my readings is just, I like to see, if the cards are going to mesh with whatever messages are coming from your loved ones on the other side. So I'm going to pull a couple cards. We'll just see if they're going to give us some of that beautiful visual validation. Now, I want to ask you a number that's been very significantly it's what happens when I start to channel the other side. They'll give me numbers. And the number today that I've been getting really has been the number 9, which for me, this would be like the month of September, the 9th of a month, 9 years ago. Does that number resonate with you?
No, not really. No, not that immediately comes to mind.
Okay, no worries. So I just say take it with you. This could be connecting to another caller, or as I do my free readings tonight on my YouTube channel, sometimes it connects there. But also, very significantly, the date of March 2nd. And that was very clear as well. So that's a very, very detailed date. So does that date resonate with you at all?
I'm just trying to think of, no, not immediately. Nothing that comes to mind for March the 2nd. It's not relevant to any anniversaries or birthdays per se.
Okay. All right. No worries, my friend. Okay. No worries. I just want to make sure that these numbers are supposed to be connecting with you, that we make sure we get them, validated. So I'm going to tell you the first thing that that's really coming in, and the way I explain this is when I start to connect with the other side, it is energy, and energy comes in, and if they want to identify themselves as a male, my right side will get goosebumps. If it's a female, my left will get goosebumps. This is kind of their way to let me know right offhand. And I have a very significant male stepping in. So my whole right side has goosebumps. So I do have a male energy at the moment. Once we validate them in a sense, then my mediumship gifts will kick in, where I will hear, feel, see, or have even some clairvoyant visions. And now, I know you're in Australia, and forgive me because I probably should have studied better in school about world geography. But in Australia, do you celebrate the holidays as we do in the U.S.?
We don't do Thanksgiving, but
Okay.
we do Christmas.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Because I do have, I have a beautiful younger male, and now it's interesting, I thought this may have been your father, but the feeling coming from him is I didn't even make it to the age of 50. So now, has your father passed?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
But he made it past 50, but there would be other significant males that haven't made it to 50.
Right. Okay. I didn't feel that he was, I didn't feel this was dad. That's why I want to make sure. But you do have, oh, wow. Okay. I'm being told one of three. Do you have siblings?
Yes. I am one of three.
Perfect. I think we have a sibling. Have you had a brother pass?
Yes.
Okay. All right, my friend. So I do feel your brother coming in, because hearing him say one of three very clearly. And he also, the reason I asked you about the holidays, because he is showing me that there was a celebration that just happened or one coming very soon. And I wasn't sure if that meant, because, Thanksgiving, obviously here in the U.S. we do, but I don't feel this is Christmas. So someone just had a celebration birthday anniversary he's wanting to recognize.
We have one coming up. We have a birthday coming up.
Beautiful. Okay. And is this birthday, is this for a female?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. He's just showing me that he wants to, for one, say happy birthday, but also celebrating her and her, success and this big birthday coming. But he also is wanting, okay. He says, I'm with mom. Now, I find it interesting because, boy, but I don't feel this is your mom. So has your mom crossed over, my friend?
Yes.
Okay. She says that I'm with mom, but this is not someone that is passed. That's why. So I'm trying to understand what he means by that.
There could be, I have a biological brother that has passed. He died when he was very young, but I also had a family friend who was almost like a foster brother to my family that passed in his his mid-20s, and his biological mother is still alive.
So, okay. That's, I feel like that's exactly where we're heading with this. So do you have any communication with with this mother that's still living?
Very, very sporadically. So probably annually I'll call her, but in different states.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a message. Now, I know that you have such a beautiful energy, Rebecca. I feel like you are definitely like a conduit as well. I feel like you're very gifted. So this happens very often when souls will come in and they'll say, well, I know that, that she will share this message. I know that she understands, the ability to do this. And I do feel like that's the case here with your brother, quote unquote. And to give the message to Mom. Now, this doesn't mean you have to. It doesn't mean you have to feel obligated. Just if you feel comfortable, okay? Okay. Okay. I just heard the name Richard or Rich or Rick. So I'm not sure if that's...
What was that again? Sorry?
That's okay. The name like Rich or Rick? R-I...
Yep. Could it be Rick?
Yes. Who is that?
That's my father.
That's your father. Okay. Well, your dad is here too. So I think you've got all these beautiful souls wanting to just come in and there's such an emphasis on wanting to make sure that you all, for one, know that they are at peace, that they are with you, which I feel, I call it vanilla message, but we only have so much time. But your dad has so much intention of wanting to step forward as well because of there being some unfinished business when it comes to the passing for him. So, he's really emphasizing the fact that please don't stress about what happened at the end of my life. Things were okay. Things were fine. So, does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good. Your dad is a very upfront, very no mess around kind of man. So I just want to get my point across, and then he kind of steps to the side. But then this brother, friend, like a brother, the message to Mom also is where there's an emphasis on, Wait, do you know if she had a granddaughter or a new daughter born?
She had a granddaughter, yes. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, beautiful. Please let her know that he had a part in this, that I do feel he's saying that, let her know that I know about the granddaughter. He's shown this beautiful baby, by the way. Beautiful big eyes.
Yeah.
Long eyelashes. I don't know what this is about. I don't see features. So, but Mom needs to know that that I'm okay. That there was no pain at the time of his passing. He's very adamant that Mom know this. I even feel like that Mom helped to keep him comfortable, is what he just said. Mom helped.
Yeah.
Mom helped my Mom helped my transition. He just said too.
Yeah, right.
He's a beautiful soul. I've got probably about 90 seconds. Boy, these go by so fast. But I do want to tell you, your dad is so very present around you, my friend. So please watch for these signs. Your dad's trying so hard to leave these signs not just for you, but others. Being that I feel you're very open and you're mindful of these signs, you'll connect with them more than others. One of them, I want you to be, for you specifically, your dad it's called clairgustant. It's the ability to smell or taste. Your dad, I can smell him every time he steps in. He has a very distinctive smell. And I can't pinpoint what
that
it
makes
is.
sense.
Yeah.
That makes definite sense.
Good. Beautiful. Well, I wish I could just keep going with you, my friend, but I hope these little messages gave you some peace and comfort to get through these holidays, and share these messages if you feel comfortable, okay?
I will. Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And you have a happy holiday as we get through to the end of the year, okay?
Excellent. You too. Thank you.
Thank you, hon. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, you guys, so that's a wrap. And now I know why we were having all sorts of technical stuff. That was a lot of spirits coming in pretty dang fast. So I am your mini medium. I will see you guys next week. Have a happy holiday, happy Thanksgiving, and eat lots of turkey. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azrael. Live from Azrael.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful beings. It's so good to be here with you today on this December day. I don't know if it's cold where you are, but it's quite chilly here in Nashville, Tennessee. And yet there's a beautiful, radiant sunshine coming through. And yeah, beautiful also reminder to just slow down and open to being cozy and nourish myself. So yeah, so I hope you're all doing well. I want to start and just talk about a couple of offerings I have coming up, and then I'd like to sort of have us all settle in and attune together before I make any calls or take any calls. So tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm offering a 3-week Qigong course that starts. You can drop in, or you can do all three. It's $12 for a class for 3 and $15 a class for 1. And they're just 30-minute classes where we really open into a grounded state of being. We work with movement and visualization and color, coming into a space where we become sort of the ground for heaven's light, and then allow it to expand through our body and our experience. So that's something really beautiful that's coming up. December's an amazing time to jump into a little bit of self-care. And though that is at 3:00 CST, Central Standard Time. You can find out all the information about it on my Facebook page, www.facebook.com/Azrael.love. And then after that, at 4:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, there is my monthly Gathering of Light, which is a healing circle where we go on journeys and basically expand into the highest potential of what we are. We step into the light. We open to the magic of colors and our guides, our ancestors, our angels, whatever wants to come through at that moment. And it's about an hour or 75 minutes. And usually there's a suggested donation of $20 to $25 US. But if it's your first time, I just invite you to come and check it out and see if it's for you. And so I would really love for you to join in if you feel inspired. And again, all that information is on my Facebook page, Azrael.love, facebook.com/Azrael.love. All right, now that that's out of the way, let's just take a few moments and sort of attune in and come into a greater coherence and resonance together. I'm noticing for me, one of the most powerful things that I'm doing for myself right now is connecting with the pauses and giving myself the permission and the invitation to slow down and to come into a state that is more resonant with peace, with grounded awareness, with energy, and with grounded energy, in fact. So some of you might be driving while you're listening, and if you are, don't close your eyes. But for those of you that are at home listening or at work and able to just take a moment here, I invite you to just close your eyes for a moment and to feel your body. And if it's hard for you to feel your body, just feel the spaces and the parts of your body that are connecting to the chair or the earth. Maybe taking a breath or two in through your nostrils. And then opening your mouth, and on the exhale, just sighing out. And doing this a few times, just breathing in. And as you exhale, giving yourself the invitation to fall into your bones and to fall into your body. Noticing that there is no need to rush or hurry. that we truly can have permission to just stop for just a moment. So let's do one more inhale. And then in this space, just let the breath go, keeping your eyes closed if that's comfortable. And noticing if there's any place in your body or awareness that feels like home to you, that feels like center. Might be your belly, might be your heart. If you're like, I can't connect with that, just bring your awareness to your heart center. And take a moment here and just imagine a beautiful flame of light, something that is calming and centering, something that feels both safe and expansive at the same time. And notice how it feels to connect in this moment with yourself. Maybe even asking if there is a word or a color or something that can support you, maybe a symbol. When you're noticing that you're up in your mind or in the busyness of the day. And just see what comes, and don't worry if nothing comes. And then let's take 3 big breaths, this time just breathing in through the nostrils. And wherever you feel the space of home is, whether the heart or the belly or someplace else, let's let the exhale just move through that space, bringing with it a brilliant white rainbow light. Maybe inhaling the next breath from the crown, down into the space of home, of center, and allowing it to shine through, to shift through, to give you a space of higher resonance and higher connection. And then the last breath, breathing up from the root, from the earth, marrying heaven and earth into this heart center or belly or wherever it is. And as you exhale, letting that shine through, bringing you the stability to move throughout your day. And in this moment, just notice how you feel. And know that of the thousands of other people listening to this show right now, that you are connected to a fabric, a community, something that is so much bigger than we can even imagine. And that your home is a grounding point, an anchoring for the light that we all want to see blossom in this world. And so, thank you for sharing in this moment with me. I think from here, we'll just start going into calls soon, and I'll look forward to seeing what wants to come through. Knowing that, so we do our own work, and as we do our own energy work and connection with ourselves, that truly is where the magic happens. And so, trust in your process, trust in your light, and trust in your connection to all that is. And so, so I'm still waiting to see who's on the line, and when they come through, I'll look forward to sharing. maybe for now, until I get that message, I'll go ahead and pick a card and see if there's a card that we all want to connect with for the week. Something that can bring a radiance and a resonance. Something that can remind us that we are so much more than our stories and our light. That we are our light. And I think I'm going to pick an animal card today. Something that, again, connects us more to the primal, to the nature, to the connected, to the flow. And what is it? What is it that we most need, that anyone that's tuning into at this moment and at this time most needs to know right now? All right. Oh, sea turtle, find your element. And so some of you may or may not remember this, but I was away last week in Turks and Caicos, and it was beautiful. It was amazing, and it was rainy, and it was cloudy, and it was the perfect experience to be with everything that is. And one of the greatest medicines that came through was this energy of the sea turtle. Even with the clouds and the wind, I went snorkeling every day and saw so many of these beautiful, beautiful, beautiful beings. And to me, the sea turtles, especially in the clarity of the water, right, really reminded me, similar to what we were talking about earlier, about slowing down, finding grace in the beauty in all that is, remembering that life is so much longer than this moment that we're in, and that our experience of our souls is beyond time, right? So where can we float in the water? Where can we slow down? Where can we embrace the energy and the magic of life? And where can we, open to the presence and the gifts of all that is? And I just love that came through today, because they're such great teachers, and they were so present for me last week in their beauty. I literally saw like 20 a day. It was just amazing. All right. So we do have a caller on the line. It's Wendy and Myrtle Beach. And Wendy, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you today and seeing how I can be of support. So whenever you're ready, feel free to say hi.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Wendy. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
How can I be of support for you today?
My daughter died in April.
Sorry, could you repeat yourself?
I said my daughter died in April.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
So I was really trying to see if I could kind of connect with her, or, if that's not, if you can't do that, then, whatever you can tell me.
Yes, I'm happy to. What I'd love to do is first tap into your energy. I can connect with her. I'm feeling her around. I'll see if I can get some clear information for you. I think the first thing I want to say is, oh man, she's beautiful, right? She's like this whirlwind of energy and life. And one of the things that is coming through, or that I saw, is like she's dancing now, right? And I know that doesn't make it easy for you.
No, it doesn't.
but she's free of a lot of, she's free of a lot of the burdens, and her soul is like, how do I say it? It's there's a freedom, right? She's okay, right? She's in a better space, right? Of course, we would always want her here with us, but she's in a space where there is freedom. I'm seeing lots of colors around her, lots of energy around her. And just that's the first thing that came through as soon as you mentioned her. And again, I will make sure to go in a little bit deeper and see if there's any messages or anything very clear that comes through. I think she was just sharing that, or the way she's showing up, right, is in her brightness of spirit.
Well, she died like 5 days after she had a spinal tap, and she was sick for about 9 years. And the diagnosis, when I went to get her medical records after she died. You know, I got a spinal tap result that had a diagnosis of pneumocephalus on it, and the doctor that signed off on it, it's very complicated. Nobody knows where the diagnosis came from, or I don't know if they're covering up or whatever. But I'm just really want to know I want to know a lot of stuff, but I just really want to know if the spinal tap, is that what, happened, or...
Yeah, I'll check in on that. Thank you for asking. And again, I'm so sorry for your loss, especially like in such a sudden way, right? Even though she was sick for a long time, to have her, have that as a healing modality, really, right? And then for her to shift. And I think, as you share that makes even more sense to me of how she's showing up in this way, or why she's showing up in this way, is because she was in discomfort or pain for so long. And there is a sense of, again, on a level where she's not feeling that anymore, right? She's able to be in that space of freedom. That doesn't mean that, again, that there's not love for you, or that she wouldn't rather be here on earth, but just that she is okay. And so I will, I'm going to take a few moments. The way I normally work is I slow down. So I'm going to just take a moment and close my eyes. I'm going to tap in. I will check in on that question. I'll also check in on anything else that wants to be shared. And I'll see if there's any messages as well, just for you, to support you in this process and in your healing, right? Because it's, this is something that is with you forever now. It's your life is irrevocably different. And so how to...
Well, so much of my life was consumed with her and that problem, because it was a lot. She had a lot of stuff going on. So, it was 9 years I was stupid, and then all of a sudden it was nothing. It's like, I found her. I do know she died in her sleep. I don't know exactly what happened, but I do know it was in her sleep.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead here and just check in, and I'll let you know what comes through. And if I'm silent for a few moments, just know that I'm still here. I'm just taking some time to be as clear as a channel as I possibly can. Okay?
Okay.
So the first thing there's stuff coming through already. She's very close to you right now. And when I say she's very close to you, she's not like she's safe. She's not like hanging around because she's like worried about you or like tied to you, but she just loves you, right? She wants, like, her soul, her energy is wanting you to know how much gratitude she has for you and for everything that you've done, how much love that she has for you. And it's like but she's coming to it. Like, I wish I could show you the experience I'm seeing, but she's coming from such a place of love. It's not from a place of like guilt or shame or anything. She's just in her like full open-hearted, like angelic soul energy. And she's just really wanting you to know just like the bounteousness of this love, of this gratitude, of everything that she has. She does want you to know, I'm almost going to cry, I'm sorry, but she wants you to know that you will meet again. She says, she says, don't worry, like, we're going to reconnect. Our souls are connected, right? Like we're in this, like, this isn't the only time. Right. And she says, what I'm saying, she's not saying this, unfortunately, in your body and your being, it's hard, it's not something that as humans we can accomplish or move through, understand, but she's just like, just know that you will get to see her in her full glory again, and in this light, and so just know that, like, she just really wants you to know that she wants to be supportive of you. She's not like telling you to like move on or anything, and like, like cheer up. Like, she's not even trying to bring that message. She's just like sending this outpouring of love. And I keep seeing these colors, very bright colors. And this is the way she sort of showed up to me at the beginning. It's like red and purple and a little bit of blue. And they're almost like scarves, right? And she's just like, when you see these colors and you feel these colors, it's like a green too. It's like they're very bright. She's like, just know that that's me, right? Like, know that that's me. And one of the things she's saying, depending on what you've done with her room, or if her room is the same way it is, or her space, like there's a space that she was in, she's like, if you can go in there and clear it, not physically clear it of stuff, but like smudge it or light a candle and ask the light to like sort of like fill the space, right? She says she knows like it's like it's a place that you might want to connect with her, and it's also a place that holds a lot of grief, right? And a lot of things. And she's like, it would be really good to just like, again, smudge or go in there and light that candle. And that will shift some of the energy in there so you can feel it more at peace, right? And there can be a sense of more peace there for you. And it's something about like, I would say even the candle more than the smudging, like light a candle and ask the candle to like brighten the space, to clear the space of any just excess heaviness or residue.
I light a candle every night for her, but she lived in an apartment, so I do have her stuff, a lot of her stuff, like in my room, like sort of like because she was cremated, so I've got like a little space for her for some of her stuff on it.
Yes. Yeah, so that would so wherever her, what I'm almost getting to, like, is like, because I'm seeing like a specific space. So this could be in your room, or it can be in the area where you've got a little altar or something for her, right? Maybe even creating an altar for her, just something really simple and special. And that's where you want to light the candle, right? Definitely in the space that her stuff is in, right? Almost in your bedroom too, and in the space of your bedroom, because there's something there that you're holding on to and perhaps carrying. Of course, the grief is very normal. It's not about getting rid of the grief. It's more about just anchoring in a little bit more of the light so you can feel more peace, which will come and go over time, of course, right?
Well, the stuff that I have of her is in my room. And then, of course, I've got a lot of her stuff in storage. But I've connected with her since she's passed. I mean, she's done so many things. I have felt her touching me at night. She did that a lot in the beginning. It's kind of slacked off now.
Yeah. So the thing that also comes to me, I want to go to your question and answer your question. And I think depending on timing, we'll just stay with this call to the end. So we'll probably have like about 6 more minutes. Because I don't want to rush it, but one of the things that's coming, and I will tune in a little bit more, but she's like, she's asking you, or she's asking me to ask you to let go of trying to figure out what happened. She says it doesn't make sense, and I will tune in psychically and energetically and see there, like, what if there's any answers there. But she's like, it doesn't matter what happened. She said it was her time to go. She says, again, like there was the space for her to come into the freedom. She knows on a human level that it's not great. It's not easy. And for you. And at the same time, she's like trying to figure it all out and trying to fully understand, like Ted do that. She's like, that's not serving anything. She's like, it's not going to serve you. It's not going to serve the greater picture. She's asking you to come into your heart, or to come into the spaces that you feel her most. And if possible, to come into the spaces that you feel her most before she was sick, or when she was sick and you could feel her joy, right? The spaces where it's not the heart or it's the pain, but she's like, where can you remember us laughing together? And of course that could have been when she was sick too, but like, or when could you imagine her in her full power, in her full beauty, in her full expansion? And she's like, that's where the greatest medicine is. And so she's really, it's in one of the things that she's trying to do for you, and I love that you can feel her, is when she's almost like trying to, the word that comes is like attune, but she's really trying to help you open up, or to like expand into this love, right? That you feel for her, and allow it to bring you a space of again, this is not going to make sense on a human level, but to connect you into a space of more freedom and love in yourself eventually, especially when you connect with her. Obviously, it is very soon after. It's not about bypassing anything. I want to be very, very clear on that. Now let me just take a moment here, and I just want to tune in to because you did ask that specific question. I just want to tune in and see. So what comes through me, it comes for me. And again, I'm all I can say is what I'm seeing is it was her time to go. It doesn't make sense at all, but it was her time to go. And that treatment or that procedure or whatever it was, I don't want to say it was done like it wasn't done with bad intent. I don't even know that there was something that happened that was done wrong in it or with it, but it's almost like that spinal tap or that energy, right? Like that created the I'm going to say leak, right? Or created that opening. It did perhaps provide the opening for her energy to move out and move into this higher space. In saying that though, it was also her time. Like, it's not like, it's not like, oh, if we hadn't done this, something else might have happened in a different way, whether that day or within a couple weeks or within the next year. This was like her gateway, her soul, her time to flow and to move out. So yeah, it's almost like it just gave that passageway. It provided that passageway for her to flow. Now, before we close, do you have any other questions or anything else you would like me to tune into?
For justice, and I feel like the spinal tap did it because I've done research and stuff, and I mean, she although she was very, 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 very sick, I mean, I'm almost right after that happened, and if she did have pneumocephalus, which is air on the brain. If you give a spinal tap, it just sends more air to the brain, and then can cause you to have tension pneumocephalus, which can kill you. It's very rare, but it can happen.
But it can happen, right? And so the invitation for you is to continue to grieve, to trust your gut on that, because as I said, I see that provided, and the energy I see is that air energy and that flow energy and all that happening. So trust that, and yet try not to focus on that. Feel her touch, light the candle, open to her the freedom she's in now, and to just continue to be as gentle as to yourself as possible as you move through this process, and know that she loves you so much. And as I said, she's not loving you from a place of trying to fix you. She's loving you from a place or make you feel better from this pure, unconditional soul love. And you will meet again. You will recognize her again in another lifetime, another place, beyond the beyond. And so know that this is just a pause. And so I do have to close because the show is over. But thank you so much for trusting me today, Wendy. And I want to thank everyone listening for joining in. It was so wonderful to be here with you all today. Feel free to check me out at Azrael.love. It's www.azrael.love. I do sessions, I do circles, I do all sorts of things. Feel free to check me out. Check out my Facebook page. Got the free Gathering of Light tomorrow at 4 Central Time, and then the 3-week Qigong starting at 3. So much love to you all, and so many blessings on this beautiful day. And enjoy. Feel the turtle in you and slow down. Namaste.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee, and we're here to talk astrology, do some readings, answer questions. Okay, so it's been 7 days since I saw you, and it was a pretty quick 7 days, and we're right on this cusp of Mercury retrograde, which I'm sure a lot of psychics and astrologers have been talking about, because Mercury retrograde's in Sagittarius, in Capricorn, going to Sag, and then back to Capricorn. And we've also got our new moon in Sagittarius. That's a bit of a reset button. And it's also a bit of a challenge between our philosophy and getting things done. And so we've got sort of this push and pull about our belief systems, our philosophy about things, our perspective on things. And with Mercury retrograde, I feel like maybe we're feeling like we have to defend ourselves. Maybe we're feeling like we got to explain ourselves. Maybe we're feeling like we got to go over old details, plans, travel plans. So the next few weeks, really be mindful about following up. If you didn't hear from them after you emailed them, they probably didn't get it. If you called and left a message and you still got it, text them. So it's one of these energies where you have to go back over communications. You might find that your philosophy or your belief systems might be in conflict with some of the stuff going on around you. And it's causing you to have to go back and reflect on your perspective and come forward with a change perspective, or maybe validated in your perspective. So, because we also have a lot of Pisces energy with a couple planets direct there, sort of enlightening us about the truth of things. Maybe things start to get revealed that we didn't see before. Now, if I think about all the signs, I'm going to message each of the signs like I did last week. And we're going to start with Aries, our first sign of the zodiac. And we've got our Aries this week. The energy for Aries for the next 7 days. Now, this can include your sun, your moon, or your rising. And it's good to listen to all three if you know all three to get the benefit of even bigger benefit to all the messaging. And so if I look at messages for Aries, if you want the truth, simply strip away every illusion. And it's a bit of a wake-up call for Aries right now. They've got all this huge lunar axis, North Node destiny stuff, Chiron going on in their sign, which is an asteroid. And he's known as the wounded healer. And so Aries are really having to shake off old belief systems, having to shake off old relationships, shake off old friends, shake off old jobs, and really step into their power, particularly by their birthday. They have a very powerful new moon then, and a full moon eclipse, which will be pretty powerful in their house of partnership. So in Aries, I feel like you might want to try to hang on to the past, go backwards, but it's not time for you anymore to do that. It's time to step into a new beginning, and particularly with your birthday coming. So it's some big stuff. But this week in Aries, be patient. You're hearing some good news. Maybe about work. Maybe something's coming up for you that was a bit unexpected, or it's being offered and you were expecting something different. And so the next 7 days seem to bring that to you. We've got Taurus, our little Tauruses. Now, right now you've got Jupiter energy in your sign, and you've got Uranus in your sign, and Uranus is causing, the element of surprise in all kinds of areas of your life. It might be coming at you from a few areas. And the message for you this week: harvest what serves you and let the rest seed. Nothing, that doesn't all have to come up right away. Be that Taurus that's very diligent. Sometimes you're called stubborn, and I don't believe that it's stubbornness. I feel like it's persistence. Right now, plant the seeds for it to take hold, maybe in the spring coming up. This will be the first birthday without a pile of eclipses in your sign. So that's kind of exciting, eh, Taurus? So it really is going to feel like you'll have the freedom for those seeds that you're planting right now, this next week or so. And that could be planting a conversation, planting an intention, putting your resume out there, contacting people. It's those initial seeds that you're planting that are going to take hold and start to grow for you pretty quickly. But I'm going to say coming more towards your birthday time as well. So more towards the spring. Okay, thank you, Taurus. Then we got Geminis. Okay, Geminis, let's see what's going on for a little Geminis. Your ruling planet, Mercury's in Capricorn right now, going retrograde. Whew, feels like, and it has a bit of past partnership stuff with it as it goes back into Sagittarius. So family members, past family, friends, relationships, having to go over old conversations. Your ego is not in charge. Your spirit is. Listen to that instead. So Gemini, when you're having to deal with family members, exes, people from the past, where you just listen, hear them out. Let your soul tell you what's going on. Listen to your higher self. Not so much the hurt feelings or I don't like what they said. Because communications really affect Gemini. Words affect Gemini, and words are really important to form this next 7 days, because you might have to eat a few of them later, and I want them to be nice and soft and chewy. You know what I'm saying? Okay, soft, chewy words, Gemini. Then we got Cancerians, and this next week with our little crabs, wow, I gotta say, you've got a whole bunch of energy about to pour into your house of partnership. And so you've got some tough conversations, some boundaries to make, some things where you got to take up some space in relationship, Cancerians. You guys don't like to do that. You like to give space to people, make room for people, but this is the time for you to be a bit selfish and take up some space, say no to a few things, you know, Cancerians, because you sometimes feel like you have to do everything. The message is stay away this week. It's okay to kind of go low, and it's okay to kind of have time to yourself and not have to be a people pleaser, not have to show up for everyone, not have to plan every event. It's okay to sit back a little bit right now, little crabs. Okay. All right. Then I've got my Leos, and we've got this powerful energy in Leo right now. Let's take a look. What's the message for Leo? Imposter syndrome is kind of universal. Don't stress out about it, Leo. Oof, maybe you're going to have to put your big kid shoes on or your big kid pants on, because I feel like you're stepping up to the plate. You're stepping up to challenges that could be really good for your career. That could be maybe there's someone who is going on leave, or you'll have to fill in for them, or you could be in an acting role, or you could be sort of thrust into a role or position this next week or so that maybe you weren't expecting, and you're like, you know, I'll do it. I'm going to just add my little Leo flair to it. I'm just going to come with my Leo energy. And I feel like you might be thrust into a role where you just naturally have to take leadership. So I feel like, and it could be on an acting role, but don't have imposter syndrome. You can pull it off. Hey, absolutely. All right, Leos, thank you. We have Virgos. Oh, our wonderful little Virgos. And I got to say, you know, your house of partnership, the two planets there, we've got Saturn, we've got Neptune, slow as molasses right now, inching forward, one step at a time kind of stuff. And that's the energy around relationships. Don't react, be patient, watch, observe, don't jump to conclusions right away. No one is pure angel or pure jerk. We're all both. So remember that a little bit, Virgo. This next 7 days in terms of relationships is not everybody is one thing or the other. So no putting people on pedestals, and maybe soften your perspective on some people, or recognize that maybe they're not perfect and no one is. Okay, no one is. Thank you, Virgos. Then we go to Libras. Oh, Libra, all around your partnerships. Boy, there's lots of energy going on there. And poof, it's lots of karmic stuff. And so this time with Mercury going retrograde, it's going to be real. You're going to hear some old stuff about maybe where you live. about having to move, maybe about properties, assets, things connected to capital, properties, and real estate. There's stuff that you'll have to go over the details, go back over things, take a look at it. It says consolidate your power instead of spreading it thin. I think that message could even be maybe around debt consolidation, putting all your resources together, trying to strengthen your forces by putting it all together as opposed to spreading yourself out and giving 5% to everybody. You know, this might be the time where you just have to really get focused on what's important and just put all your energy into that basket and to push it forward for you. You got time to relax a bit in January. All right. All right. Thank you, Libra. Scorpios. Okay, Scorpios, you sexy Scorpios. Let's see what's going on for you this week. All right. If you knew the answer, there would be no lesson. Oh, okay, Scorpios, you can't know everything. You can't think you know everything. And I feel like this Mercury retrogrades in your third house of communication. So you're going to have to be very mindful about how you're communicating things to people, how you sometimes get really impatient because you think people don't hear you, or you think they don't understand, or you think you gotta. And I just feel like this is going to be the time not to react to communications, not to get your little Scorpio stinger out and stinging people around you, because people might be kind of weird with their communications. Things might come at you that you weren't expecting. You might get some surprise communications. You might even get an apology that was owed to you from the past. So there's some stuff like that coming forward. Just be gracious. Don't jump to conclusions and wait for further information. Because I feel like in a few weeks, there'll be more coming around, whatever's popping out in your life in this next 7 days. All right, Sagittarians. Ooh, happy birthday, Sagittarians. All the energy's on you guys. You have a really powerful reset button here. Woo, woo. And so make your wishes, 12-12 portal, make your wishes, Sagittarians. What is it you want to bring to light this next year? You can be very focused on your riches and your money. And your answer is don't seek in others what you can find in yourself. Trust your higher self. Trust your own intuition. Trust what your gut's telling you. Don't let other people convince you otherwise. Again, philosophies and perspectives. Stick to what your body's telling you, what you know to be true, and don't fall for what other people might be trying to convince you. All right, Capricorns. Hey, that Mercury's retrograde there, eh? And you've also got Pluto. And Pluto and Mercury, wow, power struggles, conversations, sticking up for yourself, standing up for others, human rights kind of stuff, taking on an agenda, really having your voice heard. You'll cross that bridge when you come to it. And it looks like you've maybe preparing yourself for some of those conversations this week, getting yourself ready to proceed, getting yourself ready to go forward there. And then we've got our beautiful little Aquarians. Oh my gosh, we're about to enter the age of Aquarius, folks. 0 degrees of Aquarius with Pluto moving there in January. And it says, if you don't examine your wounds, how can you expect to clean them, Aquarians? You're coming into a whole new era. And this is the time to examine where your weaknesses are, where those areas you'd like to shore up, where those areas that have never been paid attention to, because they're starting to come into light. And so it's going to be time for that discipline, that focus, really looking at what you're putting in place and what you're healing, because you don't want to carry that energy in for that Pluto revolution. Because if you don't look at those wounds now, Pluto will make you do it. Trust me. Pluto don't mess around when it deconstructs people. Huh? All right. Then I've got my beautiful little Pisces. We're going to finish with the 12th house, our Pisces energy, Neptune and Saturn there, slow as molasses, holding still, making you stand still a bit, and just says, sorry, I'm going to just pick that again. Hang on. Sorry about that. Oh, it says absolutely. You're getting an absolutely. You absolutely know what the truth is right now, and you're being revealed things slowly and painfully, and you have to just be the observer, Pisces, right now, really, until your birthday, coming up in February, because it's a time where you're going to go into your 12th house. You're really going to kind of go deep into your psyche. You're really going to evaluate what's important for you for 2024, because as you start to move forward, there's really discipline's going to be really required of Pisces this next year and a half. And it's going to be when you start something, stick to it. And multitasking is not your friend. It's about getting your focus on your goals and really sticking to the plan and sticking to yourself. Don't follow other people's plans. Stick to truly what is authentically you, what you've been working for, what you really, really want. Because I feel like by the time Saturn's done with you, boy, you have it. You have that structure in place, and it's because of the discipline you put over the next 18 months. And this next 7 days are going to give you a taste of all of that. Now, again, your sun, moon, and rising, listen to all three. And thank you. And you can find me, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. And my podcast is there. I do a lot of, I post a lot of paranormal pictures I've caught in different spirit-seeking adventures I've been on. So if you like that kind of stuff, I got some new ones today from St. Martha's Convent, which was a really great ghost hunt. And so I've got some pictures there if you like that. So you can find that, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. You can find my Facebook page as well. Let's get into some readings. I think I've got Donna. Hello, Donna.
Hello.
Now, my lovely lady, you're in New York, Nesconset, New York.
Yes.
So did I say that right? Did I wreck it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so what can I help you with today?
I'd just like to know generally what's going on for the next year for me.
Perfect. What's the day and month of your birthday?
May 21st.
Oh, my little Gemini cusp. You're right. So let's explore that. Okay. So I'm going to say the first 4 months, there's something, I'm even going to say maybe by April. So I'm just going to talk about 2024 for you. Okay. So some timelines. And so the next 4 months or so, I want you to watch your leg, your hip, knee, leg, foot, something that, that could become quite chronic, something that you would have to go to therapies for. And I just feel like it could be something that is not a sudden injury. It could be things over time. So just watch your mobility, your hips, knees, legs. I keep getting your right side as well. Then there's also something about, there's two men and they could show up as like brother-in-laws. I don't know that they feel romantic, but as romantic people, but there's one man that there is some health issues with, and there's hospital tests back and forth. And there's something very much about their lower body, and this could be their waterworks, their digestive, their lower colon, their prostate area, their lower body. There's something about this that shows up around a man really close to you. And I see these two men. I don't feel like the one's romantic, the one with the health issues. I feel like it could be a brother-in-law, friend of yours, but he shows up around you. And I just feel like you'd even know about some of this. I'm even going to say the end of January, that the tests and that. I feel like he'll go through it. He'll get through it. And it feels like it's a process for him you might walk through him with. The other thing I wanted to come to was things around money. And that there's a couple of sources of income that's going to be coming into you, Donna. And I feel like there's something really important about something through a legal process, legal papers, insurance papers, like it's through this process. And that there's something about money, I feel like between February and August. So I'm going to say within 8 months of 2024, some sort of financial security. So it's your finances are being secured in some way. I don't think it's a great big pile of money, so don't get too excited. I feel like it could come in even an increase in your monthly income, an increase in your monthly budget. I mean, even to the tune of about $700 a month. So it's not chump change. Okay, so it feels like it's a little bigger. I wish you won it, but I don't think that's what it's from. Okay? And then there's also something really important with conflicts in people. And you might have to really, and this, I'm even feeling like it could be stuff that annoyingly comes back out of the past. And that you thought you might have been done with it, and it's someone right around you. And I feel like there's a woman, Donna, that could be kind of challenging, and you might have to really bear down and grit your teeth and take it, or you might have to hold your tongue for a bit or hold back for a bit, because I feel like This woman could be quite dismissive, quite combative, and I don't think you're looking for a fight. I don't think so. And I do think that it could even come through, I wanted to say extended family, but it could be like step or in-law kind of stuff that shows up around you, where you're just not you don't want to have to take their drama or their attack. There is one last piece, right? And then don't take it neither, because but I just feel like anything that it feels like if you say anything that it's futile. It's almost like you could say, and you know, it's not about being wrong at all, because I actually think maybe what you're telling them is right. It's just that I don't know. The pushback seems pretty hard. I'm like, you don't deserve it, Donna. It feels like an uphill battle there a little bit that I don't think you have to take on. And then the very final piece I'm going to leave with you is, do you take care of people's animals? Do you take them in or something?
Animals? No.
Like a cat or something?
No.
That's a weird question, but you might have to check in on someone's house and maybe care for their pet. They might maybe be in hospital. They might be where they need you to help them with their place. And I feel like it feels like a bit of an extra burden. Like you would have to help manage their house while they're recovering. They need care. There's something about that shows up with you. So I feel like your plate might be a bit full for the first 7 months. And then I do think you get a bit of a reprieve. There's a reprieve for you in May. I think May, there's something about, you might even hear about that money or this extra income coming in, because I don't think it's too far into the new year. And I feel like you're really happy about it. It feels like you'll have more security. Okay?
Okay. That's great.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay.
And
thank you.
Sending lots of love to you in New York. All right. Okay, so we have another caller. Let's see. Who do I have up? Ileana? Oh, I'm so sorry. Ileana. Hello, Ileana.
Hello.
Oh, what a lovely name. I almost want to sing it. You're in New Britain, Connecticut. I'm in Winnipeg, and welcome. And you have the rest of my show. So what can I help you with?
Well, maybe just a general reading, maybe.
Okay, sure. Let's look at 2024 for you. What's your day and month of your birthday?
May 16.
May 16, is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Perfect, my little Taurus. Okay, Taurus, a couple of things. The first things I want to say is the first 5 months of 2024, I feel like there's you, Ileana, and then there's a couple of other women around you that could come in as friends, like a little group of you, and that there's something about a get-together, a getaway, something that's going to be around women friends around you, women sisters, friends, all coming together. And I'm going to say even in the first 4 months of 2024, and I feel like someone's away and is going to come in to see you, or that they're going to make plans to come and visit you, Ileana, where you are. And I feel like it's very welcomed. I feel like it's a nice gathering of people coming around. There is something about having to sort out where a woman lives. People seem to have to move. And I don't know that I mean it's your move, but I feel like it could belong to family and decisions about where they're living. And it may be that you have to go and help pack, help move, help make these changes. But there's something that shows up there around that, and a move that's prepared around family, because I feel like they need help with this. And it's going to show up around even maybe by June, like by the summertime, around moves. I think they're quite positive. There is the announcement of a baby girl, and I feel like it's coming from a young adult in your family. I will include extended family like nieces and nephews, but there's a little girl who is coming, and I feel like you're going to hear about this, the birth of this child, and this child's going to have an angel's name, or be named after an angel, I guess. But and you're going to know about this. I even feel like between February of 24 and February of 25, and it feels like wonderful news, but it seems to be coming to a young adult in your family, and it feels like very, very good news. There's some, I know you're in Connecticut, but there is a road trip. There's two days drives, and I'm going to say there's a first where you're going south from where you are, and you could be going further south down the coast and down towards, I don't know, Carolina, Florida, like below you. So there's going to be something about that. And then you're going to have an opportunity to have plane tickets in your hand before the end of the year. I feel like I keep hearing before October. You're going to hear about this travel even before October. More towards the west from you. I'm going to say it, and it might sound crazy, but you might even have an opportunity to go to the West Coast, or in news or invitation towards the West Coast from you. So that could be, I don't know, Seattle, California. I'll include Hawaii, but there's something really important about that for you, like news, invitations. But I feel like it comes a bit, maybe towards October, a little bit further in. The one thing that keeps kind of sitting with me, Ileana, and you might not want to hear this part, but I feel like difficulties, I feel like there's a man, like a partner, and I just feel like trying to get him on the same page, trying to get things together, trying to get everything together, trying to get something together with this person. And I feel like it could feel elusive, you know, like unable to come together or get on the same page, or lack of time. Like, so it feels like, regardless of your love life, you might feel kind of alone, or like you're going to have to make the decisions for yourself. You're going to have to make plans on, like, it feels a bit solo still. So I feel like there's something about not able to get some stuff together. And then I'm going to leave you with one last little piece, because I think I got like a minute left, is you have some really, really good news coming. And I feel like it could come very shortly into the new year. And it has something to do with someone's work, their work, or opportunities around work. Something really quite good. And I'm going to say you might even hear about the first 5 or 6 weeks into the new year. And it feels like about someone's employment, and they are very excited about it. Like they can launch off into it. It's something to launch off into. But there's something really good coming around that right in the beginning of the new year. That feels quite lovely around you. And I want to wish you and your family a wonderful holiday season. And thank you for calling into my show.
Thank you.
And thank you, my beautiful friend, and sending you so much love and light. And I want to send everyone love and light for the week. You can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. My podcasts are there. My social media is there. I've got some new photos up around some recent ghost hunts I've done. And the last piece I'm going to leave people with is, during this Mercury retrograde, remember just to take a few seconds to think before you react. But in this next week, remember, random acts of kindness go a far way. There's lots of food banks that can use your help. And I hope that you're able to extend those olive branches out, because every little random act of kindness counts. And thank you, and we'll see you in 7 days.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson. Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Shelley again with Infinite Soul Connections. I'm so excited to be here. I would like to talk about my book real quick and then hopefully get a caller. So I have a book. It's called Beyond the Ordinary. Okay. And it went to #1 on Amazon. It was written by my creative genius mentor, Mandy Nicholson, and she had 30 of us women write a chapter in her book. So I have written a chapter in this book. Okay. And this book is to discover the power of the creative and neurodiverse women. Okay. My story in here is called Is My Heart Still Beating? And it is about the loss of my best friend, my cousin, and my horse, all within weeks of each other. And it's about how I made it through that and came out the other end. And still, I'm still here. That was tough. So I just want to talk about, when we lose loved ones, you guys know they are all still with us. So if there's a caller that would like to call in, get a reading, I can do a card reading, or I can do a mediumship reading, whatever you prefer. So let's see if I have a caller. Because if not, I'll just keep talking. Okay. So another message that I wanted to share is that I know right now or the holiday season can be a little bit tough with family relations. Some of it can be a little uncomfortable. And so I got a message from the higher realms this morning that I want to share. And it says, stay true. Hold on to love and peace. Don't let go. When emotions and situations come from blocks or challenges, keep your loved ones close. Let go of the blocks and the patterns and the thoughts that no longer serve you. Sit back, watch, and observe. Take a deep breath. And then let go of whatever is holding you back. Do this inner work before you get together with your family and friends this holiday season. And be grateful and have big love and blessings for all of you and your family. It's so awesome, these holiday seasons, but they can be tough on some people. Okay? So doesn't seem like I'm getting a caller just yet, which is fine. I'm going to read something from my other book, which is Artful Affirmations. This was a channeled message, and it's about forgiveness. Your soul desires peace and joy. When you harbor unhealthy thoughts or feelings that you feel was caused by someone else, you aren't whole. The feelings and embarrassments or frustrations can affect your physical body in a negative way. One thing you must remember is that people around us cannot make us feel a certain way, okay? I do have a caller, and I am glad to welcome this caller in. Hello, Chris, are you there?
Good afternoon. I am. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Wonderful. What can I do for you today? What would be helpful for you?
Probably guidance. We're kind of in a time of where we need to make a move, and we need direction. And had some health issues, working on trying to recover. So just a couple of things to make my life better.
All right, let me just settle in here and see. So for the move, I feel like, have you made the decision?
We've made the decision to move. We just haven't made the decision as to exactly where we're going.
Okay. The decision to move feels very correct for me. I'm getting goosebumps, which is affirmation that that's the right thing to do. Now, let's see if we can figure out what kind of energies surround this move might be able to help us figure out. Okay. All right. Okay, so the card that jumped out for you, there is actually a few.
Of course.
The first card is feeling the world, right? And that's what we're doing. We're trying to feel out where in this beautiful world that you are best to move to. Okay. Is there a place that you have in mind, a place that perhaps you've always wanted to go and perhaps, made some wishes on wishing that I could be there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Definitely, because I got wish upon a star. So I'm feeling that it's headed in that direction. That you will eventually get there. I don't know if it's exactly this very move, but I feel like it's a move towards the right direction.
That's how I feel. That is confirmation for me.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. I also pulled a card called the Healing Heart. So you asked about your health and you asked about healing. This is healing something in your heart, in your soul. Does that make sense to you? Do you feel like there's parts of you that are, I don't want to say broken, but, maybe a little broken?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it's your soul. That's your heart center. That needs healing first. Okay. If you can get that under control and healed, and actually I'm going to send you a little bit of healing in a second here, then the other medical issues, the health or whatever, is going to be easier to handle and to, push through and persevere. Okay. So if you give me 1 second, I'm going to send you some healing in that heart space.
Oh, thank you. I feel it.
Oh, good. Just let it in. Picture your heart chakra green, emerald green. Sometimes it's pink because that's the sign of love, but it's emerald green. And I want you to visualize that chakra getting more and more just beautiful emerald color, and it's just going to expand out. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing just this beautiful emerald, and that's the healing. And I'm sending that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can feel it in my heart.
Good.
I can feel my heart. Yes. Yes.
That's wonderful.
Very nice.
Okay. Let's see. So another card I pulled, which is funny. I love this one so much because it's called the Oracle's Gift. And I seem to pull it every single time I do a reading because I feel like I'm the Oracle and I'm giving you this gift. I'm giving you this gift of healing, of love, of confirmation, of peacefulness. Ooh, yes, and just relaxing, releasing energy. Because there's something that has been holding you back. There's something that we're healing in your heart space. And I want you to let go of whatever that is. Whatever no longer serves you, let that go. Okay? All right, I would like to pull an animal spirit card for you. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just to see what kind of animal energy you have around you, or you need, or you are. I'll know it once it comes off. Okay. A couple of minutes. And we got to wait for there we go. She jumped right out. Okay. So the animal energy that you have is the tiger.
Wow.
And tiger it represents fire, like a fire in you. This is what it says. I choose to be unstoppable. Ooh, I got goosebumps everywhere. My passion is my power. I am bold. I am brave. Mighty forces come to my aid. That's you.
I believe that.
I can feel it.
I've been divinely guided for years. So this is just exactly what I needed to hear and feel.
Perfect. Wonderful. Do you have any other questions? I think we probably have like a minute left. Do you have a question?
So abundance. I feel like something wonderful financially is going to happen. And I'm just kind of wondering if that's really what I'm feeling.
Yes. Yeah. Do you ever see the number 555?
Oh, yeah.
That's big things coming. Okay. So if you're seeing that number, and if you start to see it more, that's big things coming. And just remember that you have an abundance. We all have an abundance. It's there. It's available. We just have to let it in and trust. Okay. So trust that the money is going to come, that energy of the money and the energy of abundance is coming straight to you. And pay attention to those angel numbers. Okay?
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Bye-bye, hon.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, how are we? I'm Katie and this is Love Life. And if you would like to contact me for a private reading, my web link is just on the page there. I also have a Facebook page, Katana Star, which you can follow. I regularly do free readings. Haven't been as regular as lately. I apologise I wasn't available last week because I was sick and my children were sick too, but we're all better now, so that's good. And we've come into a week now where we've got Mercury retrograde happening, yeah. But look, you can use it to your advantage. You know, it's a really great time to reorganise your life and, you know, declutter, reconnect with old friends, evaluate things. And, you know, if you're a writer, it's good for editing, or if you're bringing a project together and things like that and polishing off all those little pieces and revisiting and reevaluating and editing and all that sort of stuff. So you can really harness that energy for that sort of thing. And that they only, you know, caution, I suppose, against, you know, launching something new, I suppose, because of the mishaps that can happen with technology and communication. Anyway, I could go on about Mercury retrograde, but I'm not going to because I want to do a collective card today, and I'll also be taking a caller. So here we are. Currently in Tassie, it's the 29th of November. Where has the year gone? My goodness. It's just insane. So here's a collective message for all those listening today. There we go, this one. Oh, the Ace of Wands. You know what? You know what's funny? I was just saying how Mercury retrograde really isn't the best time to be launching something new. But look at this. Go figure. It's the Ace of Wands. Perfect for, you know, inspiration when it comes to starting a new project, especially to do with a creative nature, or something passionate. You know, it's like that spark's been let to follow a drive. But that's not to say you can't use this with retrograde energy. It's about, I guess, planning. All right. So here's the motivation. And now you can harness that kind of energy to start putting those plans in place. And often with the ace of, you know, with the fire element, it can be a new romance, can be with growth, or it can just be something creative, but something definitely that embraces passion and excitement and all that sort of stuff and creativity. I like to think of it as a creative spark, so to speak. So that's the Ace of Wands. And, yeah, like I said, a little bit of conflicting energy there with Mercury retrograde. But, you know, you can harness that sort of energy and go with it, go with the flow, so to speak. And I have Susan in Scottsdale on the phone at the moment. How are you, Susan?
Hello, how are you? Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much. We don't celebrate Thanksgiving in Australia. Some people do, but happy Thanksgiving to all you in the US, because I know it's huge over there. But thank you.
Yes,
thank
you. A lot of overeating, yes.
Yeah, look, it's like that, isn't it? You know, but you got to enjoy it. You know, love life every day, and if that's overeating, have fun with it, I say. So what can I do for you today, Susan?
I was wondering if you have any messages from my guides for right now.
From who, sorry?
My guides. I'm looking for my grandma, but I don't know if she wants to come through tonight.
All right. Well, let's see. I'll try. I mean, I can't always guarantee that I can make a connection, but look, I'll do my best and we'll see what comes out in the cards. I'll also might get my angel cards, actually. I didn't get them out, but I'm feeling the need to. I'll get my angel cards out as well, but I'll work with both. I'll work with tarot and angel cards as well as my modern oracle cards. And then, you know, often what will happen for me is if I am picking up on spirit energy, I'll start feeling emotion, or I'll start, you know, sort of visualizing things and seeing things. And I often look to the cards for confirmation for that, because I am still quite new to mediumship. I've only really been doing mediumship for the past couple of years, and I'm still learning to interpret what I'm receiving. So I do turn to my cards a lot, and look, they don't let me down. The energy that speaks through the cards is really powerful and quite beautiful. But, you know, we'll see what comes through, okay?
Well, we're all mediums, and you know, we all really all are. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone's got their
tuned in, so that's even better.
Pardon?
You're tuned in, so that's even better. You're doing the work.
Yeah, that's it. And look, I only started tuning in when my father passed, to be honest. I mean, I've always been spiritual, don't get me wrong, but I received visions of him in a dream. And I also saw lots of signs, and suddenly I just knew he was still with me. And I started talking to him through runes, and because he was a builder and he used to love runes and things like that. But I'd be able to get messages strongly through him. But with the tarot, look, I've done tarot for years and years. Through them. So let's see what comes through, okay?
So he probably helps you knowing that you're doing this kind of work.
Sorry?
I said he probably helped you knowing that you're doing this kind of work for people.
That you're trying. Absolutely. All right, I'm just focusing. I've had a flyer. All right, Susan, here we go. She wants to talk. This is the 8 of Wands. Beautiful. Straight away, I can tell she's going to come through. And I'm being drawn back to the angel deck here. All right. Now, this is a very old deck. This is the Doreen Virtue Angels deck, okay? And I read this deck more intuitively than what's written in the book, okay? I go by the pictures and the feelings that I'm receiving. And your grandmother, let's see, I really need to focus here. Okay. All right. She's asking you at the moment to really pay attention to any ideas and inspirations that you might be receiving through dreams. So at the moment, you might be having some quite vivid dreams. And through those dreams, there'll be some sparks and some ideas that might come to you. Okay, here are the pictures. If you look at the images, you can see she's lying there dreaming. That's another reminder that she will come to you in your dreams and speak to you in your dreams. It's probably the most common way that our loved ones come to us and talk to us when they cross over, and be open for it. And again, here's the ideas and inspiration. Suzanne?
I lost you for a minute there.
Yeah, there's 2 angels there, okay? And in this card, what am I getting? Something playful, okay? There might be something playful there that might be on your mind about starting something new with inspiration. And look, there's going to be signs all around you, okay? There's going to be signs everywhere. The signs that she's going to send to you will come through dreams, okay? You're going to feel a moment of inspiration and an idea to start and utilise this playfulness about you. And what else is she saying? I'm getting something to do with a bowl, okay? There might be memories to do with either a ball of wool or something like that. That just sort of came to me. Again, I'm not really clear with it, but I can see a bowl there. I can also see a rainbow and an inspiration to further your study somehow, okay? So I don't know if you've had some kind of thought to research more study or to enhance your skills somehow, but this one sort of jumped out at me, okay? The study one. And that's something there. I mean, it doesn't have to literally mean, returning to school, but it can just mean doing a course or something creative or something like that. And yeah, so these are quite beautiful cards, these ones here. There's something about self-care here and really nurturing yourself. And this is the perfect sort of timing at the moment with all the energy that's going on in the universe, Suzanne, is to really do care work. So, if that's, having a bath and pampering yourself or just little things like that to take, 10 minutes out of your day to really focus on you, getting your nails done or something like that makes you feel pampered and nurtured. What else am I sort of getting here? I'm feeling the need to go to my Modern Oracle deck here. But there's definitely, what I felt there was a really strong pull to the angel deck there, a reminder that she's there with you to pay attention to the signs. She is always there through dreams. And the ideas and inspirations that come to you through your dreams are very much part of her driving, her efforts to keep reminding you that she's with you. And again, like I said, I can't go any further with that bowl. I don't know where it came from. It popped in my head, something to do with a bowl. I don't know if you crochet or knit or something like that. It could be that. there could be an idea for you to start doing that sort of stuff, and that would link into the study card as well. Yeah, so that was pretty much all I got directly. Let's see what the Modern Oracle's got to say for you here. Again, what was I just saying? This is the study card, study focus.
Again.
Again. So what I'm sort of getting in a nutshell is, do you do knitting or crochet or something like that, Suzanne?
I tried, but I'm not that good at. My grandmother, though, was very good with her hands. Very good. I'm a lefty, and I'm kind of clumsy with that kind of stuff. But she is very.
But look, here's the creativity. Think creative. Think outside the box. I think the strongest message I'm getting for you from your grandmother is to take up crocheting or knitting or something, because I keep getting pulled back to return to something or enhance your skills somehow, creative project or something. I kept saying, like I said, I kept seeing the ball of yarn or a ball of string, and then out comes the creativity card as well as the study card for the study. And look, there's the rainbow again. Look at that. Good luck, good fortune.
Again, so that's a definite, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know, give it a go. Maybe crochet or knit or something, and that can be a way of reconnecting with her too. Because if you mentioned that she enjoyed it, then by you taking that up, I think you're going to feel really close with her again, and I think you'll get a lot out of it as well. Now, I need to get going. Sorry, Suzanne, because unfortunately we've run out of time.
Thank you. I so much appreciate your time. You're so sweet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving. And I hope everyone else has a beautiful Thanksgiving and, works with this retrograde energy as much as we can, because guess what? Suddenly we're in December, and then we've got all this chaos of Christmas coming up and all that fun time stuff that I'm kind of on top of my Christmas shopping in this year, so it's not too bad. But thanks so much for watching, everyone. Blessed be, and I shall see you same time next week. Thank you.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a pranic energy healer, a life coach, and a certified hypnotherapist. So I got lots of tools in my toolbox, lots of experience, lots of education that I can use to help people get through whatever their struggle may be. We are going to be taking a call, hopefully momentarily, while we're waiting for that. A couple announcements. So, Thanksgiving is upon us. So everybody take some nice deep breaths at the end of the week this week. Remind yourself that you are loved, that you deserve to be loved. Remind yourself that you do not deserve to be belittled or mistreated by anybody, not even your family of origin. So if people cannot be respectful to you, then, you got to get out, guys. You got to be like, call them on their crap. Let them know you don't appreciate them speaking to you like that. And then, if they continue, then you got to leave. Put the mashed potatoes down and get moving, because you don't want your energy, you don't want your spirit or anything to be affected by the stuff that you might have going on by sitting there listening to people be rude to you, belittle you, put you down. You don't need any of that any day of the year. You especially don't need that during the holiday. I'm looking, looks like we don't have a caller quite yet. So as far as upcoming events go for me, every Tuesday, I am here on A1R radio, answering your questions, doing live psychic readings, live healing, anything you guys might need. I am here for a little bit for you every Tuesday at 4:30. Not a whole lot of events per se, other than that coming up for me for the month of December. December's kind of like my slow, chill time. So we have a caller on the phone. So, hi, how can I help you?
Oh, hi there.
I'm Margaret. What is Emma? Okay, in Winnipeg. Well, nice to meet you, Emma. How can I help you?
Well, this is the first time calling in, so I'm just calling in to have the read.
Okay. So you just want some cards pulled, or do you have somebody on the other side you wanted to connect with?
Yeah, some cards would be great. I'm just in a situation where I'd like to see if you can see anything with my relationship.
Okay. So I am being told to use 2 different decks for you today, Emma. So that just means I got an extra special message for you, because they want me to pull out multiple guns here. So couple of things, all good stuff. So you take a breath. The first card that popped up is Celeste, and she comes to tell you a happy move is on the horizon. Now with Celeste, what I hear is this isn't necessarily a geographical move. This is more of a move in your energy, more of a move in what's going on around you. Your relationship is kind of going to start to take a little bit of a different, I don't want to say view, but it's going to look a little different going forward. You've started to put some boundaries down, and I want to say kudos for you. Continue to do that. Continue to express yourself. What's going to happen is, as you continue to express yourself, and here's the next card coming up, as you let go of control issues, which means as far as you and this relationship issue goes, when the cards talk about letting go of control issues, what they are referring to for you, Emma, is they want you to not worry about so much, how are they going to take it? What am I going to do? How are they going to react? Put your stuff out there. Tell them how you feel. Let them know, you don't like being talked to like this. Let them know, you can say things like, I know you're not trying to hurt me, or I'm pretty sure you're not trying to hurt me. If there's a little gray area in there, and let them know, because unfortunately, sometimes people get caught up in their own stuff and they don't realize when they're causing harm. So what I'm being told, what I'm hearing is you need to communicate a little more, communicate a little better, and release the outcome. Don't worry about how they're going to take it. Just be you, be authentic. As you express your feelings, as you express your needs and your wants, then the very soon card comes up. you're going to find everything's going to kind of settle down a little bit. You're kind of going to go into this peaceful wave, and you're going to look back at that in a month and you're going to be like, wow, I don't know how this all happened, and I don't know exactly, I can't pinpoint the moment, but this piece feels amazing. Very often we get in relationships and we get like too big in our head, we get too crazy in our head, and we start questioning, what's the other person going to do? What's the other person going to do? Don't worry about it. Be honest. Let yourself do that. Now, as far as your relationship goes, the soulmate card is coming through, and our soulmates are here for us to teach them something and for them to teach us something. And again, what I'm hearing is part of what your partner is to teach you is to better communicate, to work on being assertive for yourself. This is part of the journey you two have together. And what I'm hearing is, it's these boundaries are not face value, received, accepted very easily at first. But as they kind of like sink in and your partner has time to process it, it will be accepted. Again, you will get some peace. Things will calm down. It won't always be like this. You just got, and it actually feels like, if you're honest and you communicate honestly, like this wave of energy of peace that I'm talking about that I see for you, like a couple of weeks. We're not talking like 6 months of fighting and 6 months of, do I have to tell them every day that, XYZ annoys me? No, you don't. Just express it clearly once and let them know, and then move on. Just release whatever their reaction is their reaction. And you will find when you let them have their own reaction, it will be a lot better than you kind of trying to figure it out in your head. And like, it feels like you're almost waiting for the storm to come. Is that accurate?
Yes. Well, that definitely for sure is something that I can resonate with it. I find I am not being able to express myself enough because I'm sort of worried about how I'll react. And he's a little on the controlling side. And so we're a little bit on the off right now, and I'm just sort of lost at where we're even at and if we'll be able to get through this. But
yes, and it does look like you can, as long as you continue. And, when you struggle with expressing yourself and your needs and your wants and, how you want to be treated, take a minute and remind yourself, just in your head, take a deep breath and then say, I am worthy of love. I deserve to be loved and respected. And then, tell them what's bothering you. And that sounds like a little weird thing, but trust me, it makes a huge difference. And the more you do it, the easier it gets too. It's always hard when we start setting boundaries, especially when we set boundaries with people we love who we've kind of maybe let those boundaries get a little too loose over time. It can be really hard to reel them back in, but it is doable, Emma. And like I said, I do see peace coming for you as long as you continue to communicate and tell them what's going on and share your feelings.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's great to hear.
Thank you. And you have a great Thanksgiving, and I hope you have an awesome rest of your week.
Thank you so much. You as well. I appreciate your time and energy. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we are almost out of time already, guys. Wow, it feels like that just zoomed by today. So you can always find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can find me at Facebook on Angels Always Around Us. I have a Facebook group, guys, called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. I share information about angels, crystals. I do little mini readings in there. I do daily affirmations, all kinds of good stuff. I just recently started, instead of writing and creating a lot of posts, as far as visually, I just started doing morning affirmation videos. So make sure you check out my group, Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. Check me out on the web. You can follow me on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. So come find me, come join a great community, and allow yourself to move forward, to be healed, and to become the happy person the universe wants you to be. And for those of you who celebrate, have an awesome Thanksgiving. Thanks for joining me, guys.
You're listening listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for the segment, Lady D, and I'm coming to you live from New Zealand in Christchurch. So I'm here for a fair that will be on Saturday and Sunday. So I hope, it's going to be a really good fair. And if you're in New Zealand and you're in Christchurch, come down and say hello. I'd love to be able to meet you. Okay, so what we've got coming up for this week, we do have a new moon that is happening on the 1st of December in Sagittarius, and it is going to be at 5:21, but that is my time in Sydney. So as I am in New Zealand, I'm actually 2 hours ahead. So for New Zealand time, it would be 7:21. For people on the other side of the world, best to just look it up, but you'll be probably, it might even be in the morning or even on the 30th of November. So with this new moon, and we're also in a Mercury retrograde as well. So we had that start yesterday. So Mercury retrograde is always a bit of a hectic time. I know, like, for me, I was traveling, and it's in Sagittarius as well, and it does affect travel. So, hectic issues of communication all over the place. So with this new moon, okay, we do have, it will be in Tri to Mars, which is good. It's giving us that confidence, that really fun energy that we like to have and that we need. And then, but we do have some squares here. So we have the moon, we have the sun, we're all squaring Saturn as well. Problematic with that. It might be bringing up some problems with emotions or problems with communications. It's going to, I feel like, and because we're in a Mercury retrograde, it's just a lot of chaos energy. Plus, we also have Mercury also squaring Neptune as well. So, and then we've got them opposition with Jupiter here, with the moon and Mercury and the sun with Jupiter. That I feel like that might not feel. I feel like it's going to bring about maybe a force that try with Mars, which is bringing positive things in. We've also got they're in tri, so all three planets, the sun, moon, Mercury, are trying Chiron, which is bringing up actually some sort of healing for wounds that have really caused you a few issues. It's bringing you some sort of healing towards that as well. So something positive, but it's just hectic. And I feel like with the energy that's kind of come about with this full moon, it is about standing your ground with people. It is also about taking things slow and steady. I also feel like there might be a sense of being organised, but also a sense of wanting to have fun and sort of playfulness energy that may come around with it. But there could be things happening a lot with, say, travel. If you're trying to learn something, you might be restricted or having complications in the workshops here that you're learning. So there's going to be things that are coming up that's going to be a little bit hectic, but I feel like this month in general is going to be a pretty interesting month that we're going to have ahead with the planets and with these retrogrades that are coming in. It is about, I feel like, just being slow and steady and seeing where things go. So we've got Regina here. She's from Chicago in America. So hi, Regina. How are you today?
I'm outstanding. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Well, I just want to check in a little with, I have a lot, with what's going on with the planets. My rising is in Aquarius. My sun is a Capricorn. My moon is Cancer. And I'm just wondering, okay, so what's going on? What's for me next? And just, what's the next? Whatever you pick up on or you want to share with me is fine.
Okay, all right. We'll see where we go.
Thank you.
Being a Capricorn, I have a Capricorn moon, so you'd be very organized, very structured, but there'd be a playfulness with you. With Capricorns, they tend to get more playful as they get older. And having... Yes. Then having... also is about taking responsibility. Capricorns take on a lot of responsibilities, but they're very dependable people as well. Like you can always depend on them. Like they want to get things done. Having the sun in Cancer, that can sort of make you be a little bit of a homebody or even like hide your emotions. You're probably not a very emotional person because for you, it's about not sort of showing that and just getting on with things and getting things done. And what would you say what your rising was?
Aquarius.
So you're like me. I'm Sun Aquarius. So it could be the way you dress might be a little bit quirky, or you like to look very different. You don't like to sort of stand out from the pack. You like to show people your individuality as well with that, and also probably like to fight for justice a bit too there, and be very independent. So it depending where your birthday is. If your birthday's at the end of Capricorn, you'd be having Pluto over your sun. And that could bring about a big change in your life. It can bring about a certain ending. So it depends on your birthday. But I know right now Pluto is actually coming into Aquarius again. So, but the effect might still be on the end part of their Capricorn. But let's just do some cards. Let's have a look to see what's happening with you. Okay, I feel like opportunity is coming your way, and I do feel like it's going to be a financial gain. And I do feel like I'm in March next year. And I feel like, I get like excitement with this too. I do get holiday for you as well. I feel like trip to somewhere like that sunny beach. Like very hot, like hot, sunny. So.
Oh, I'm traveling next month, so yeah.
Okay, very good. Is it around Christmas time by any chance?
Pardon me?
Is it around Christmas? Is it around Christmas by any chance? Or a bit after Christmas?
Yeah, and I'm going somewhere sunny in the beach. Yep, so you're right. You're spot on.
Because I could see because for me in Australia, we have summer is for Christmas, and with some they usually have like cars with like Santa Claus in like swimmers and on the beach, and that's what I was kind of seeing. So I was like, you're going to have a really fun time. It's about letting your hair down and de-stressing for what's been, I feel like, a bit of a stressful, like a tough year for you. And it's just about, also, it's just think about renewing for the year to coming up. But I get March is something significant, and I feel like it's something very positive for you. And you're going to be really, really happy as well. I also see you do you have a partner? Because I do see you with someone and you're like really happy with them too.
Oh, I'm single now, so I would love to have a loving partner.
Because I do see like someone, and it's like having a moment, and I just see like you being very happy with this person. So that could be coming up next year for you as well. But I feel like you're a very strong, independent person, and you don't really let things bother you or get in your way. Like you just see it as maybe like it's a hurdle. And I feel like, especially 26, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a significant year for you. I feel like you're, and it's like you're redecorating a house. I see you cleaning a house, but I'm looking at, this is a bit in the future, but I just see you like cleaning a house and you're very like house proud and showing off your house. Too. So,
yeah, I'm doing that now.
So it could be
moving stuff around and detoxing my house. Yeah, moving around and being creative house sort of thing. So yeah, that's already started. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. But yeah, I feel like things are coming together for you. But you're going to have a really fun trip. I see you also going, I don't know if like a bushwalk or you're going into like a nature. I see like bushes, like trees that are around you, like it's green. Calling in today, and I hope you have a fantastic time away. It's okay. Remember, so tomorrow, so Saturday and Sunday, I will be in Christchurch. If you're around the area of New Zealand, please come down and say hi. If you wish to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I hope you're all doing really well. So a time to take some time out if you're feeling stressed and you need a rest mentally, physically, emotionally, just recharging your batteries. If you've been a little bit naive around at work or whatever, and things have gotten a little bit out of hand and you're feeling overwhelmed, just take some time out for yourself and with people that you feel comfortable with. Okay, if you've been drawn to card 3, and this is really about taking a leap of faith. There is a nice little beautiful safe area here in the front of the card, and there's this guiding light at the back, and it's like, come over, across the pond, have a leap of faith, take a risk, and step into the beauty of something that is unknown, and just know that you've done the work. Now I've got my caller. I believe I've got Scott on the line. Hello, Scott.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
That's good. How can I help you today?
I just started going through a breakup, and I was just wondering what was ahead of what was going to happen.
Okay. All right. Let me have a look here, Scott. I can see that this has not been very good for you. I feel like there's a lot of people that have been talking about things around all of this. Like the failures, there's been bitching. It's sort of like very heavy, and I do feel like you've got some choices here. I feel like you wanted this to move forward potentially into like something permanent and long lasting. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, I do feel like in a lot of ways you think that this person is like your other half, your twin flame. It's like a spiritual love that, you're like meant to be together. But I'm feeling like you need to just have some hope for yourself and to realize that you can do whatever you want to do. And if you have any regrets and that about it, this is what's making you feel like stuck here. Are you wanting to get back with this person?
I do.
Yeah. I feel like this will be a lot of hard work. I feel like this person is maybe like really digging their heels in around this, and the control is all around them. But I see you kind of wanting to make the romantic offers and the romantic gestures, and you're just wanting to follow your heart. And I feel like you're kind of really praying and trying to manifest this to. Sorry, what was that, honey?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, Scott, what I'm getting is, look, don't place too much judgment around this. A lot of loss here that you're feeling, and it's just coming in. It feels overwhelming to me, like it's coming in like despair and a lot of regrets and that. Is there any is it like a bit of a toxic environment, like, you know, codependency, addictions, you know, anything difficult like that?
Yeah, I can't get along with her daughter and stuff like that. And it seems like she's just, like her daughter is winning kind of feeling.
Yeah. The one person that is coming in that is controlling everything. Feel like the daughter is being, how old is the daughter? Because I just want to say the daughter's being a bit of a brat, regardless of how old the daughter is.
Yeah, she's 11.
Okay. She's because I see her being mean to you, but to her mum, she's pretending like she's being very sweet. It's like she's showing, it's like two sides of her. Does that make sense for you, Scott?
It does.
Yeah, and the mum is definitely siding with her. And look, none of us are perfect, Scott, so it's not to say that you might not say or do the wrong thing. And her daughter as well. However, she's choosing to only listen to the daughter and not to your side of the story. Yeah, she's things and trying to and criticize you and take, you know, kind of like even sides, you know, here. Look, what Spirit are saying to tell you is, like, there are new beginnings here, all right, for you. You have the courage, you know, find somebody else where your life won't be so difficult, you know, around this situation. And Spirit are like, just keep moving on, keep working on of yourself that you can be, all right? And it's kind of like just handing it over. And I feel like this woman, no matter coming up, she's got like a lesson to learn now in life. And your relationship with the mother could be difficult. Two of you to work that any healing around this. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Work on yourself, all right? And if it's meant to come back, it will. But she will continue to have problems no matter who she has a relationship with. So Spirit of Light, work on you and work on your future relationships with somebody else.
Just let her go.
Yes. She needs to work on herself right now. All right?
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic reading. Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. I'm super passionate about helping parents, teachers, guardians learn how to mix and combine the magic of the stars and the planets with the art of consciously and intentionally raising our children. Please join my Facebook group, Psychology Infused Astrology, to stay up to date on the latest astrology and also for free trainings. And if you'd like to be a caller on the show, please sign the list in my group, Psychology Infused Astrology. So let's get started. I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving last week for those who celebrate. And this week is very busy when it comes to astrology. We have quite a few transits. So I will be focusing on these for the majority of the show. And then at the end, if you are interested in being a caller, if you want a natal chart reading or a tarot reading, please call in. I would love to hear from you. Okay? So let's get started with the transits for this week. There's so much going on. We're going to start with Wednesday, December 4th, which would be tomorrow. So we will have Mercury retrograde at 16 degrees of Sagittarius, opposing the planet Jupiter at 16 degrees of Gemini. Now, if you remember with Mercury retrograde is an excellent time to review, reorganize, reassess, repair, reconnect. So with this transit, we will see these same themes dealing with the planet of communication, dealing with Mercury coming up. Now, with Jupiter opposing Mercury, Jupiter can expand and magnify situations. So it could be that there are things that are in flux for you, last minute changes to your schedule, last minute changes to your plans, or travel delays. Also, there might be problems with tech products, okay? There can also be the potential for misunderstanding and miscommunication, because Jupiter has a way of being larger than life and making everything so big, right? Jupiter can make us prone to being overly enthusiastic or using exaggeration in the way that we communicate with others. So this transit tomorrow, Mercury retrograde opposing Jupiter, is a great time to really clarify the connection between your beliefs and your purpose and how you are communicating those with other people. It's a great time for that. And also, it's a really good time if you are a parent of a child. It's a great time to reconsider not only what you believe, but sit down and have a discussion with your children. Ask them, what do they believe? What do they believe about themselves? What do they believe about the world? What do they believe about other people? It's a great time to really bring these things to the surface so that they can be re-examined and reviewed, and in some way ameliorated if possible. Okay, so also for tomorrow, December the 4th, we will have the sun at 13 degrees of Sagittarius squaring Saturn, 13 degrees of Pisces. Now in astrology, the sun represents our vitality, our ego, our sense of self, our energy, right? And the sun feels energized and feels optimistic while in the fire sign of Sagittarius. But the sun in Sagittarius is in will be in a tense aspect to the planet Saturn. And Saturn represents rules, limits, structure, order, discipline, okay? So it could feel, with the sun squaring Saturn as if someone's trying to rain on our parade, right? Could feel that way. We might feel a little bit restricted or contained as far as our sense of optimism or adventure. Or we might just have a reality check come to us, and then we might have to make a few adjustments about how we are approaching our commitments, our obligations, our duties. And for parents, for those of you who are parents, if you have a child, and let's just say your child has had their heart set on having something, so maybe they auditioned to be the lead in the school play, and then someone else was picked for that role. Or perhaps those of you with children who are seniors in high school, maybe your child has applied to their college or university of choice and they've already received the rejection letter. This will be the time where you will really need to be that soft space, that soft place for your child to fall, okay, in this situation. And realize that challenging situations not only teach us a lot as parents about ourselves, but they also teach our children or give our children a sense of resilience. Picking yourself up off the ground, dusting yourself off, trying again, overcoming obstacles, and emotional regulation when things don't quite go our way. So remember that for tomorrow when we've got sun, 13 degrees of Sagittarius squaring Pisces. Squaring Neptune in Pisces, Saturn in Pisces, excuse me. So also tomorrow's a busy, busy day, as you can tell. Wednesday, December 4th, Venus in Capricorn will be sextile the planet Neptune. So this is an absolutely really good transit for leaning into activities that give us a sense of oneness with the world, with each other, and with the divine. So activities such as meditation, yoga, prayer, maybe Tai Chi, creating beautiful works of art or music from a deep place of inspiration. All of those are things that you can really take advantage of during this transit tomorrow. And it's also a really good time to talk to your adolescents and teens about compassion and forgiveness. Neptune is the embodiment of compassion, forgiveness, and unconditional love. And so we can teach our children about compassion and forgiveness in relationships, what it is and what it isn't. Teach them that forgiveness does not mean that we excuse the hurtful behavior of someone else. Rather, it's something that we do for ourselves so that we are not carrying around a sense of hostility towards other people as we are living our life. And also let them know that just because we forgive someone in a relationship or a friendship, it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to continue with that relationship or that friendship if we realize that it's something that's not serving our highest good. We can leave a relationship with a sense of love and gratitude for everything that we've learned, but never with a sense of hostility. And that's what true forgiveness is all about. So you can take tomorrow and let your child talk to your child, find out what they believe about forgiveness. How do they believe that forgiveness looks? How does it operate? And take the opportunity to have this conversation with them and use it as a teaching moment. All right. And then Thursday, December 5th, Mercury retrograde will be at 14 degrees of Sagittarius, conjuncting our sun, also 14 degrees of Sagittarius. So with this transit, there will be a lot of energy and a lot of emphasis and attention on what we are giving our mental energy to. What are we focusing on? What are we thinking about? Okay? You might feel very motivated and energized to reorganize, re-strategize, restructure. Okay? You might feel very, very drawn to doing these things, and you can use this energy in your favor and do some of these activities. It's like you have a magical helping hand there with you. So it would be a good time to help your child organize their closet, organize their backpack, or to review deadlines for projects and applications that are coming up. So let's say that you have a child that's a senior in high school, and it's time to get those college applications in. It's time to get those essays in. Okay, you want to help them review deadlines, make sure that they are on track to getting everything done that they need to get done in a timely manner. Perfect transit for that. So use that energy for that tomorrow if it calls to you that way. Now, Friday, December 6th. This is big, big, big. Mars will be going retrograde for 11 weeks until February 23rd. So we will have Mars retrograding in the fire sign of Leo from December 6th to January 6th. And then after that, in the sign of Cancer, retrograding until February 23rd. So in astrology, Mars is the planet that represents energy, action, drive, ambition, right? How we assert ourselves. And with Mars stationing retrograde, this is really going to be all about power dynamics. And the reason why is because we will have Mars opposite Pluto, the planet of power, which will also add a level of intensity, emotional intensity to this transit. So Mars, the planet of forward movement, will be slowing down, okay? And so it may feel for you like you had certain things that were moving forward, certain projects that had taken off, right? And it might feel like all of a sudden everything comes to a screeching halt, or things are happening a lot more slowly than they had been, okay? And so there might be a sense of delay, roadblocks, and it can lead you to feeling a little bit frustrated, like, what happened? What's going on? So with Mars retrograde, most astrologers would recommend that you don't begin anything new, any new projects during this time, unless it's absolutely necessary and you've done all of the deep introspection about how to make this work during this time. But Mars retrograde is an excellent time, instead of starting something new, to review, to reassess how we're using our energy, where we are channeling our energy into, and also how we assert ourselves, how we communicate feelings of anger or frustration. So from December 6th through January 6th, Mars will be in the Leo part of your chart, Mars retrograde. And so Leo is all about creative expression, confidently expressing ourselves, being center stage, warmth and magnetism, that inner child, that's Leo. So this will be the area where you are focused on. So I want you to look at your natal chart, and it's very, very important that you figure out exactly which house is in the sign of Leo, because this will be the area where Mars will be retrograding, okay? So in that particular area of your life, you might be reviewing past decisions, past experiences. So let's just say, for example, you have your fifth house in the sign of Leo, and that's where Mars will be going retrograde, or your fifth house. So the fifth house is the house of creative expression, fun, hobbies. What do you like to do for fun? And also children. So during this time, you might be reflecting, how have I expressed myself with my children? Have I been assertive? Or have I been overly aggressive with the way that I communicate with my children? And what decisions have I made around my children? Are there any decisions that now I'm realizing it may not have been the best thing? And is there anything that I can do to kind of buffer that right now? All right. Or let's say, for example, you have your 7th house in the sign of Leo. So in the natal chart, the 7th house, that's the house dealing with committed relationships and partnerships. So the house of marriage, also business partnerships and how you deal with the general public. So let's say that you've got Leo there, Mars is going retrograde through that 7th house, and you might be asking yourself, how have I expressed myself to my marriage partner or to my business partner? Have I been assertive or have I been overly aggressive? Have I been antagonistic, and am I prone to creating conflict in this area of my life? Also, how have I used my energy? Have I really used my energy in my marriage with my spouse to make the relationship stronger? Or am I diverting my energy to some other pastime, instead of focusing on my relationship? These are all things that, if you've got Mars retrograding in that through your 7th house, you might be thinking about these things. On January 6th, we will have Mars retrograde move out of the sign of Leo and into the sign of Cancer. So Mars will be retrograding in Leo from 6 degrees of Leo all the way down to 0, and then into Cancer all the way from 29 degrees of Cancer to 17 degrees of Cancer. So you want to check and see if you've got any planets or points within that window. So Mars retrograde in the sign of Cancer in your natal chart, again, check and see which house is in the sign of Cancer, because that's going to be the area of your life that's under a microscope come January 6th when Mars is retrograding. So during this time with Mars in retrograde, we might be reflecting a lot on childhood patterns that we picked up from our parents, that we learned from our parents. How did mom and dad express their anger? How did they express their sense of frustration? How did it affect you as a child? How are you modeling and living those same patterns even now? So if Mars in Cancer is retrograde in your 3rd house of communication, you might be asking yourself, how do I express my anger? How do I communicate it? Is it in a way that's functional and balanced, or am I very dysfunctional with it? Okay. Or if it's in the 9th house, you can ask yourself, what beliefs about anger did I adopt from my parents? Did I adopt the belief that anger is bad? Anger is dangerous? It's unsafe? I should never be angry. I should always stuff my anger and be sweet and kind, even when I'm not feeling that way. It's a good time to really delve deep and ask yourself, what are the beliefs that I have around being assertive or displaying anger? It's also a great time to teach your child about how they can tap into their own Mars energy in a healthy way, teaching them about healthy ways to facilitate conflict resolution would be a really good thing to do while we've got Mars in retrograde. And then still, Friday, December 6th, we also have Mercury retrograde, 13 degrees of Sag, squaring Saturn, 13 degrees of Pisces. And again, we'll be dealing with many themes here from Mercury retrograde. And it's just like this transit will be for 24 hours. So again, there might be misunderstandings, miscommunications, no clarity about details. But what I really want you to watch out for with Mercury squaring Saturn is what's going on with your thoughts. What are you thinking about? What are you speaking about? What's your mindset? Okay? Because this is an easy time, Mercury square Saturn, to really give in to fear, worry, anxiety, doubt, and to imagine the worst possible scenario. But it's an absolutely great time if you want to use this energy in your favor. It's a great time for reviewing contracts, reassessing decisions, obligations, and commitments. So use that energy on Friday for that. Review anything that needs to be reviewed and communicate with people if you feel as if there's another route that you must take. Saturday, December 7th, Venus moves into the forward-thinking sign of Aquarius. It will be conjunct Pluto at 0 degrees of Aquarius, which gives an intense amount of energy, a reservoir of energy to dedicate to your friendships and relationships. So use this Plutonian energy in healthy ways, ladies and gentlemen. Use it to show loyalty, depth, sincerity, instead of through the lower end of Pluto, through envy, manipulation, obsessive behavior. Always seek empowerment when it comes to Pluto transits. Also on Saturday, Sun, 16 degrees of Sag, opposing Jupiter. You'll get a boost of energy, vitality, confidence, well-being. You might be feeling really cheerful and optimistic, but I don't want you to overdo it. Don't go overboard. Remember, Jupiter makes you prone to excess, right? So watch out for spending too much money. Don't infringe on the boundaries of others, and don't overextend yourself or commit to anything that's outside your limits. And then finally, also Saturday, December 7th, Neptune moves direct, 27 degrees of Pisces. So this will give us a renewed sense of clarity and forward momentum in our spiritual and creative pursuits. Your emotional sensitivity, your intuition might be very heightened and strong. And it's a great time to teach your children about intuition and how it works. So you can figure out their primary intuitive language. Are they clairsentient, clairvoyant, clairaudient, or claircognizant? Teach them this about themselves, and then teach them how to listen to their intuition and allow it to guide them. So I wish you a fabulous week with all of these transits. Use the energy to your advantage, and we will go to our caller. We have Shay from Ohio. Hi, Shay. How are you?
Yes, hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great, I'm doing well, and I've got a few minutes here. Would you like astrology or tarot?
I think I'll go with tarot.
Okay, all right. Let's do a spread for you, Shay. And is there anything in particular that you're wanting to focus on with this spread?
I just want something general. It's not really nothing.
Let's see what they've got for Shay in general. All right, very good. And I'm going to shuffle right now, and I want you to tell me when you want me to stop, okay?
Okay. Okay, you can stop.
All righty. Oh, wow. Okay, Shay. So one of the first things that I'm noticing, I did a Celtic cross spread here. One of the first things that I'm noticing for your personal power card, we do have the death card. Now with the death card, that's usually I've gone through something really tough, challenging, but I've come out so much stronger on the other side of the challenge that I went through. Do you understand that for yourself?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's what's showing up as your personal power card. And I know right now it feels as if balance may be a little bit difficult for you. This could be emotional balance, or it could even be with finances as well. Do either of those make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And do you understand who the male would be in your life that would be either an Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius?
No, not necessarily. My oldest child's father is a Leo.
Okay.
But that's really it.
Okay, and I'm just curious about him, about this Leo gentleman that we've got here. Would it make sense that also the sense of balance with him, either it's hard for him to keep his balance emotionally, or you may feel as if it's hard for you to keep your emotional balance around him. Would either of those make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So he shows up in this spread. So there is some significance to your relationship with him right now. I will say as well, over the next 2 weeks, we have the 5 of Cups. And with the 5 of Cups, there could be this sense of, gosh, there was something I really wanted and it didn't happen quite the way that I wanted it to. But you see this man right here, there are 3 cups that, have spilled, but he's still got 2 that are standing behind him. So over the next couple weeks, Shay, if there's anything that plans fall through or something doesn't happen the way that you thought that it would, I want you to redirect your thoughts to what is still working for you, what you still have going in your favor, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's over the next 2 weeks. Now, over the next 4 weeks, we've got the 10 of Cups. That's one of my favorite cards in the whole deck. That's like the card of family happiness, emotional fulfillment, rainbows in the sky, like literally. It's such a feel-good card. So it feels as if over the next couple weeks, there could be a challenging situation. Something may fall through or not happen exactly the way you expected. But then 2 weeks after that, there's a sense of, oh, wow, no, I'm glad that things worked out the way that they did. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I'm empowered. I'm feeling like I'm standing in my strength. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also as well, you've got the Ace of Pentacles that comes up very strongly. There is a high potential for either a new job, a new opportunity, a new beginning in some way for you, I would say, over the next 3 weeks. Okay? So, even if it feels as if something doesn't quite work out, I want you to remember, no. There's something great that's coming to me. I've got the potential for something great to manifest, and it is going to manifest. Okay? So keep your thoughts positive. No matter what happens, no matter how challenging things get, it's never going to be, like the world is ending for you, okay?
Gotcha.
Also, as well, your female friendships, your support system, it may be your sister's friends, but females are also very important right now for you. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And we've got 2 minutes left. Let me wrap up. The outcome card I love, the High Priestess. So this is a woman that is sitting in her power, a woman who listens to her intuition, who trusts her intuition. And I'm just picking up for you right now, very quickly. I do feel as if you are very intuitive and you are aware of how your intuition works. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Over the next 3 months, your intuition is going to grow even stronger. Okay. Even stronger. Mm-hmm. And I know that your guides here are stepping in and saying that they would really like for you to implement a system or a daily practice where you are connecting every day to spirit, your higher self, the divine, and that will make things even stronger for you. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. And also teach your children as well. Teach your children about how to use their intuition and how to listen to their inner voice. All right?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much, Shay. Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, God bless. Thank you.
Have a great week. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that brings us to the end of our show. And even though the stars and the planets may give us a certain amount of energy with which to create, we are the ones that make the choices. We have free will within our lives. So use the energy to your advantage. Keep shining your light, keep radiating your light, and I will see you back here again next week. Have a good week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. So wherever you are in this amazing part of the world that we all live in, and we all have our little localities, I hope you're having an absolutely great time and getting ready for the festive season. Isn't it exciting? I just adore Christmas. I always have since I was a little girl. It's a time of the year where I think there's renewed hope, renewed positivity. We look forward to sort of maybe some miracles happening, and it's not just about the gifts, it's the getting together with family and friends and sort of winding up the year and sort of being thankful for everything that we've achieved. And, you know, there may be some things that you set out to do at the beginning of the year that you didn't achieve, and that's okay. You know, look, nobody achieves everything that they want to do, I think, in 1 year or one lifetime even. So we need to just be grateful and thankful that we're all still here. We're not in the middle of a pandemic. We can get together this Christmas and have, you know, some really great quality family time and time with our friends. Here in Australia, it's really heating up. It's getting very, very, very warm. We've had a lot of rain, so the humidity is really high here today. So I've got every fan known to man going at the moment, trying to keep me cool. But I know in other parts of the world, everybody's gearing up and looking for fires and to get warm and have, you know, hot chocolate and marshmallows and candy canes. I wish we could say that we could have that same tradition here in Australia, but it's just too hot. Yes, we have the candy canes, but we don't have the hot chocolate and the marshmallows. It's a little bit too hot. We're looking for something cold. So anyway, this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is not necessarily one of everybody's favourites. It's the card of the Eight of Cups. Now, the Eight of Cups is the card of money problems. Now, look, at this time of the year, I think a lot of us are spending a lot more money than what we intended to, so it can be a little bit tricky in that way that, you know, we've got to juggle our money and sort of make sure we're not overspending on our Christmas budget and things like that. The secondary meaning of this card is turning your back and walking away, knowing that nothing more can be done. Now, there's many times in our lives when we make a decision or we make a choice that we know that there's no other solution. It may not necessarily be the one we wanted to take, but it's the only one we can take under the circumstances. And we turn our back, we walk away, we start to walk up the hill, knowing that nothing more can be done in this situation. So it's a time then, if you're facing something like that and you've got a final decision to make it and turn your back, walk away and say, okay, I did my best. So I'm going to have a little brag here. The scenery on the back of this card is actually local to me. It's at Currumbin Beach, which is about 5 minutes drive from me. Beautiful part of the world I'm fortunate enough to live in. So the Eight of Cups, make sure that if you've got some money problems, just make sure that you don't overspend this Christmas and make things worse. But if you've got a big decision to make sure that you're comfortable with it, that you can turn your back, walk away and start to walk towards a new future. And that's what I like about that card, is the fact that it is talking about that we can walk away and start to work towards a new future that we've been sort of maybe working on for some time. So, you know, sometimes things aren't always as easy as what we'd like them to be. So it's the Sagittarian time of the year. Happy birthday to all the fellow Saggies out there. Yes, it's my time of the year and I just love it. But it's also a time when I think, you know, there's a lot of stress on people too, no matter what your star sign is, as we head towards what we call it here affectionately in Australia, the silly season, where people sort of tend to spend too much money, drink far too much, and sort of sometimes create arguments and disagreements with family members and friends that should never have taken place because they've had a little bit too much of the consumption of alcohol. So I want to say to people sort of, you know, be a little bit careful at the moment, because we do have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Sagittarius. It is holding hands or conjunct the sun. So it's really emphasising that Sagittarian energy, and it's retrograde until December 16. So we've still got a little bit of time to go, people, and that's when it goes it starts to go direct. You're sort of looking at another 2 or 3 days past that before it actually really starts to really sort of get the momentum of going forward. So somewhere between the 16th and the 19th of December, we're going to start to see Mercury go direct again. So what I'm suggesting to you is that make sure that if you're having some liquid refreshments, that you keep your tongue in check. It's not the time to bring up the family laundry, or bring up a disagreement with an uncle or an aunt or a family member that you're not particularly happy with. Keep your mouth shut, keep going, and don't sort of look at sort of trying to sort of create World War III within the family. It is a time of communication. So you can bet your bottom dollar that everything that's connected to communication, whether it's your devices, your cell phone, your anything like that, emails, things like that, are quite often going to be disrupted. You're going to have internet disruptions, things like that, transmission disruptions, things like that, because it's Mercury retrograde. We used to say, when we used to send a lot of snail mail, it's not the perfect time to send a parcel in the mail or send a letter or something of great importance, because quite often they'll get lost or they'll get banked up and they don't get delivered on time. The same goes if you're travelling. Make sure you get to the airport or the bus depot really, really early, so that then if there is a problem, you've got plenty of time up your sleeve for them to be able to rectify it, that you're not going to miss your flight, miss your bus, or miss the connection to get to where you need to go. So I can't stress that strongly enough. It does not matter what your star sign is. Yes, it's affecting the Sagittarians, the fire signs, Sagittarius, Aries, Leo, and the opposite side of Gemini, but it flows through to every single sign. So please be aware of Mercury retrograde. You know, if you've got something to say that you think is going to upset somebody, leave it till after then. Don't sort of get into World War III with somebody at the moment, because you can't keep your mouth shut. Really important. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection. And I know at this time of the year, there's a lot of single people out there that are looking to sort of hopefully meet that person, that somebody special, somebody that they can spend the holidays with, just to bring somebody new into their life. So if you're looking for love, you need to sort of look at it in a very Capricorn sort of way. So what I'm saying is, in official situations, you know, big buildings, you know, the state library, not necessarily the state hotel, but, you know, the library, you know, you might meet somebody at a courthouse or a post office, or while you're doing banking or doing something like that. Now, it's a time when, you know, I'm suggesting to you to look at those sort of things, but I'd bring into that sort of like the local ice skating rink, things like that, things that are big, that are public, that a government may be owned or something like that, big venues. Now, because it's in Capricorn, doesn't necessarily mean we've all got to fall in love with a Capricorn. Yes, it means that the strongest energy is for Capricorns, Virgos and Tauruses, and the opposite side of Cancer. It does wash over to all the others, but all the other signs are looking for somebody that's got their feet on the ground. They're looking for that sort of Capricorn sort of energy. That's the type of person that you're going to attract at the moment. Somebody that may be not as emotional as what you like, but, you know, they seem to be very steady, they're very strong, they're very conscious about money, they might have definite opinions about world events. So there's somebody that sort of is the rock of the society, somebody that you can rely on. Now, when I said Venus is in Capricorn and it's conjunct or it's holding hands with Pluto. Now, Pluto has just gone into Aquarius, so it's sort of like, it's like we've got one really grounded sort of energy coming from Venus, but we've got Venus holding hands with Pluto. Now, Pluto's sitting in Aquarius, so Pluto in Aquarius is going to suggest to you that if you're looking for love, that you need to look for love in different places. You need to step out of your comfort zone. You need to be sort of being aware that maybe the person you're going to attract is going to sort of ruffle your feathers a little bit too, because Pluto in Aquarius is asking us to think outside the square. It's asking us to look and do things differently to what we've done in the past, that, you know, we're trying to transform things. So this doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you attract somebody new over this festive season, be aware, are they somebody that you can rely on? Are they somebody that's challenging you in some way? Is there something different about this relationship to previous relationships that you've attracted? If the answer is yes, well, that's great. If the answer is no, and you're putting your feet in the same positions as you've done previously and just replicating a previous relationship with a different person's face and name, then maybe that's not the answer. Maybe you've got to think outside that square and sort of step out of your comfort zone a little bit and look for love in different and unusual places, but it's got to have a big feel to it as well. It's not sort of the time to sort of maybe just sort of, stick to local parties or something like that. Step out of your comfort zone a little bit. Now, we have the North Node, which is not a planet, but is showing us the way forward, is sitting in Aries at the moment. Now, this is really good news for all the Aries around, and I know there's lots of Aries people, as well as there's Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It will flow through to the other 8 signs, but nowhere near as intense. And the reason I'm saying it's good for Aries, because Aries have been going through a little bit recently where they've had Chiron in their sign, and Chiron's still there till the 29th of this month. And Chiron's the wounded healer. Now, Chiron's been asking them to sort of delve deep, to sort of go into their psyche, go into their emotions, look at the things that have been troubling them, or the things that need changing, or the things that need sorting out. And I know for some Aries, they've really struggled with this. They've really not so much gone off the deep end, but they've really sort of explored emotions in maybe not the most positive of ways. It's sort of given into things that, past life karmic sort of troubles and tribulations, or, things that might have upset them. And it's come back in with a force that they haven't been able to control it or deal with it, and they've had, well-meaning family and friends around them trying to help them navigate this. And the more that they've tried to do that, the more they've dug their heels in and sort of said, you're not helping me, you're making things worse, or I'm not going to be told anything. And that's fair enough. We don't like to be told anything, no matter what your star sign is. But for Aries particular, with the North Node here, it's showing us that there's a way forward, that there's light at the end of the tunnel, that, all your well-meaning family and friends that have tried to help you over the last 3 or 4, 6, 12 months have done it out of love. They haven't done it out of trying to control you. They've done it out of love, trying to get you on the right track. So it's a very, very positive sign. It's a very good sign for Aries, and I hope that it sort of starts to smooth the pathway for all my Aries friends and clients around the world. So Chiron's there till the end of this month, the 29th, then Chiron will move away out of Aries. So it's really an important time. So this last 3 weeks is going to be sort of like this final push for Aries to sort of get their lives sorted out and to be able to move forward again, because Aries like to be the first. They like to be the ones that set the pace for the rest of us. So we have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, is still sitting in Taurus. It'll be there for a while, till about January 25. So it's nearing the end of what it's going to be doing there in Taurus. So it's asking us to sort of, and it's retrograde till the end of January, it's asking each sign, whether it's an earth sign or whether it's any other sign, it's asking people to think outside the square. It's asking you to look for different solutions. Don't get bogged down in the past. And this is the only way that I can do things. Uranus is like a bolt of lightning. It's coming along. It's asking you to do something different with your life. Think outside the square. Look at things in a different way. The solution is probably as easy as looking at the end of your nose, but you just haven't been able to see it because you're not sort of opening yourself up to the potential of other thought patterns or other suggestions that could come in from other people. You're sort of looking at things and saying, this is the only way things can be done. So Uranus here is asking you to think outside the square, look for different alternatives. Yes, it's mostly affecting earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio, but it is flowing on to the remaining 8 signs. Now, we also have Neptune, which is nearing the end of being in Pisces, and Neptune is still sort of trying to create some sort of creativity there. It's asking people to sort of, particularly the water signs and particularly Pisces, it's asking them to bring out their creativity out of the closet. It's sort of like, bring it out. Let's get it on stage. Let it shine. Let it, really sort of manifest in a way. So, I have a lot of Pisces clients and friends that they've sort of been saying to me they've been feeling a little bit stuck creatively lately, and they'll have little bursts of it. Well, my suggestion is when you get that little burst, drop everything else and go with it if you possibly can, or take some details down so that you can move forward with it or go back and revisit it when you're not quite so busy. It's a time of great creativity. Now, finally, I want to wrap up with Jupiter. Jupiter's the planet of expansion and opportunity, is sitting in Gemini at the moment. It's going retrograde at the moment, will be for a little bit more longer. And it's really sort of affecting Geminis. I've had a lot of Geminis inbox me and saying, I don't know what's going on. I tried to start a project. I tried to get something off the ground. It went well, and then all of a sudden it fell flat. Or all of a sudden there was a great big hiccup or a delay. That's what Jupiter's trying to do. It's trying to stop you from going too fast. Jupiter is the planet of opportunity and expansion, and with it going retrograde, it's saying just slow down a tad. It's not saying completely cancel anything. It's just asking you to slow down a little bit, make sure that you've got all your ducks in a row, make sure you've got a really secure foundation underneath you, and make sure that as you start to move forward, things are starting to sort of go the way that they need to go, and you are able to move forward. And that's a good thing, because at the moment, I think we're really starting to sort of see the effects of Jupiter in Gemini, and it is slowly starting to affect not just the air signs, which is Jupiter, Libra and Aquarius, but it's also affecting the opposite sign of Sagittarius, but it's flowing on to other signs as well. I know in the last week with my work around the world that people are sort of saying to me, look, I thought I had something going, and then all of a sudden it's come to a standstill. Why? What am I doing wrong? The answer is that you're not actually doing anything wrong. It may be that Jupiter is slowing things down because you are moving a little bit too fast. We need to bring it back to a sort of a point where you can sort of really make sure that you've got a solid foundation underneath it, that you're not sort of saying to yourself, okay, I want to go like the bull in the china shop, 99 mile an hour, and then come to a sudden stop. We need to slow it down so that we can make sure that we've got everything going and flowing in the way that it needs to go moving forward, because there's lots of star signs at the moment have got lots of opportunities and lots of irons in the fire, that they need to be making sure that the foundation is very, very solid underneath them, because when things start to take off, there will not be the time to sit there and sort of, go back over things and make sure that you've got the best foundation underneath you, or you've got your finances in place, or you've got this in place or that in place. So it's really, really, really important at the moment that we look at that in that sort of way, because most of us sort of tend to only do things in a way that, it's, oh, that'll do. That's right. We've finished that, but we haven't actually thoroughly gone back over it to make sure that we have certainly shored it up. So it's very, very important that we do that. So, it is a difficult time of the year, and plenty of people have lost people over this time of the year, or it's the very first time that there's going to be an empty place at the Christmas table, and people sort of don't know how to handle this. I can only speak from experience. I've had a lot of, loss in my life, as most people do when you get to my age. You can't have escaped it. And what I did with my children many, many years ago when they lost their father was that we set down traditions that honoured that person, that, we set a place at the Christmas table, we put the party hat out and the bonbon and all those sort of things, and pretended, I suppose, in a sense, like their dad was there. And that was really important, because they were only very little. It gave them a sense of comfort. Not only did they write their little note to Santa and thank him for the gifts he was going to leave, but they also wrote a little note for their dad in heaven and left that next to Santa, and Santa kindly delivered that to their dad. So that's really important. So if you've lost somebody, maybe set up some traditions that you need to make particularly the younger people of the family feel comfortable. But for the older ones, it's nice to just have, a place set that collectively means everybody, and we can, raise a glass and have a glass of lemonade and a toast to them, and, tell jokes about them, tell stories about them, keep them alive. That's what Christmas is about. It's not just for the living, it's for the ones that we've lost as well. We're going to talk with Reagan here on the Gold Coast. How are you, Reagan?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, sweetie. Nice at your part of the Gold Coast, is it, like it is at my end?
Yeah, it's a nice overcast day instead of hot and sunny and bursting your bus in the car.
Yes, I know. I'm down at Eleanor, so yes, I do know it's hot and steamy today. How can I help you, dear? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
No, it's just more general.
Okay. All right. I always ask, because quite often when people phone into the show, they've got a specific thing that they want sort of answered. The first thing that they're showing me, Reagan, is the fact that there is some endings, change and transformation coming up around you. Have you been working solidly in this last 6 months to sort of bring your life together more in a way that you're going to be comfortable with moving forward? Is that what you've been working on?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Dealing with healing.
Yeah. Well, they're showing me keep going. You're doing really well. They're showing me a series of ticks. I'm not saying all the work's been done yet, but you're well and truly on the path to that. But 2025 is going to be a year where it's not necessarily going to kick off in January for you. I think your year is going to start around March. So it's like, let's be patient. Let's sort of look at things as not being as we want them to be, it's like, let's just work with it and sort of be a little bit patient. If things don't sort of kick off as quickly as you'd like in the new year, just remember what I said. It's not really going to start for you till about March. Is there potentially you're looking for a new job?
No, but I've had a few readers say this. I absolutely love my job, but they have said
but could there be a promotion there?
Possibly.
Yeah, because they'll show it to me in the same way. To me, they were showing me that there was an opportunity here for another position. So they didn't say to me that you were changing jobs. They just said to me there was another position here. And again, I'm going to say after March. And it's like I can see question marks around it. And that's why I wondered whether you were questioning on leaving the job or whether it was, something that was being offered to you in the current company. But you've really got to think about it. You don't necessarily have to say yes just because it's offered to you. Go home, think about it, tell them you need 24 hours to decide whether it's what you want, because it is going to be more time consuming. I mean, look, extra money is always lovely, but we've got to look at how it impacts on our lives too. Is the extra money worth what we're giving up to get that? And that's where I think the question marks are coming in. So,
I think I know exactly what that came through you for. I think I know that what that is. Everyone's telling me I spend too much time there, and you need me to go and realise what I've got at home, and I've got to start. Everyone's been saying it to me lately. Actually, it's very interesting.
Yeah, well, I still think there's going to be another. I think there's still going to be another role offered to you too, and that's where I want you to take at least 24 hours to think about it, talk it over with your husband, or your partner, and sort of see how it fits with the family dynamic. As I said, money isn't always the most important thing. Our children and our partners are very important, and, money can't replace that. So I hope that's helped you, but you've got a big 25 coming up, and enjoy your summer on the Gold Coast. We're going to talk with Alicia in Brooklyn in New York. Are you there, Alicia? Hello, Alicia. Well, we'll just keep talking for a little while we wait for Alicia in Brooklyn in New York. She's having a little bit of trouble connecting today. As I said, Mercury retrograde.
Hello.
Mercury. Hello, how are you, sweetie? Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
My name is Alyssa from Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, Alyssa, I beg your pardon. So, do you have a question I can answer for you, Alyssa?
I guess about family. Nothing specific. I'm sorry.
Okay. I like to work with a direct question because we've only got a short space of time. And when you say family, that's a very general sort of thing. If there's a particular person in the family you're worried about, just say to me mum, and mum's first initial is K, and then I can tune straight into whoever.
I guess about, let's see. I guess we'll go with, I'm sorry, about, I'm sorry, I was just thrown off.
Oh, well, that's all right. Do you want me to just have a general look around for you, Alyssa?
Yeah, I guess a message from my loved ones, if there's any.
Okay. All right. The first thing, again, they're sort of sharing with me is there's a lot of change coming up around you, Alyssa. Has 2024 been a year where you've had to sort of rethink what you were hoping to achieve this year? Was there, times that you had to sort of reorganise the direction you were going?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're showing with me that it wasn't so much it was a hard year, it was an unpredictable year. As you thought you were on a particular path, then all of a sudden you had to change course again. It was like, okay, I've got to pull the car up and turn it in a different direction, the car being your life. And it's like, okay, here we go again. They're showing me 2025 will not be as difficult like that. You'll be able to set your path and follow it, and that's a good thing. Also, they're sort of showing me that you spend far too much time in your head. Now, I don't mean that as a criticism. What they're sort of suggesting to me is instead of just spending so much time in your head, let's get those ideas down on paper or get them down into something solid. They don't just want the ideas coming into your head all the time and they're not being utilised in some way. They can't put more ideas in your head if you haven't emptied them. It's like a bucket of water. We can only put so much water in the bucket before it overflows. But if we empty some of the water out of the bucket, we can put fresh water in. And that's sort of what they're wanting to do. They're wanting to put fresh ideas into your mind. There's quite a choir on the other side sort of clapping and cheering you on. So they seem to be quite excited about something. They're not sharing with me what that is. So is there something about to come to fruition that you've been working on for some time?
I guess just putting my career into perspective.
Right, okay.
Trying to get it going with my career.
Well, they're very excited about it if that's what it is. The loved ones on the other side are extremely excited. They're clapping and cheering that you finally got the message. And I think they mean that in a loving way. That, they gently had to get you where you're going. So that's a good thing. And it's interesting because, you're such a head person, but at the same time, there's so much emotion there that I think it's like both things are competing. It's like your head versus your emotions, your heart. Doesn't always have to be that way. The two can blend together too, like you don't always have to be in your head. You can add a touch of heart to things, or you don't always have to be in your heart and let your head go. There can be a balance of both is what they're showing me. So I think 2025 is going to be really interesting as your career starts to sort of come together more. It's like a much clearer direction there for you. And particularly by about March, April, May, you'll find then that you're looking back at the last 18 months and saying to yourself, yeah, I can see where I've come from and I've really come a long way and I'm really proud of myself. But you're not stopping there. You're going to continue to go on, Alyssa. So that's where we're going to leave Alyssa. It is an interesting time of the year where a lot of us start to sort of think about what's ahead for us in 2025 and do we need to make changes? What have we achieved this year? All those sort of things, as well as our Christmas traditions. And for those people that have lost somebody this year, my heart goes out to you. I know what that pain is like. But we also have to set new traditions. We also have to set, as my suggestion earlier in the show, setting some new traditions around the Christmas table is really, really important too. And it's a wonderful time of the year. I know a lot of people complain about Christmas carols. I think they're absolutely uplifting and amazing. And I think we all could do with a little bit of positivity at this time. I don't care what time they start playing Christmas carols in the store. To me, it's an amazing, uplifting energy. And, we could all do with some more positivity in our lives at the moment. There's so much doom and gloom in the world. Let's sort of lighten things up a little bit. Let's enjoy the fantasy and the love and the magic of what Christmas represents. This week I want to leave you with a very old, traditional sort of Christmas carol, and it's with two of my favourite Australian singers. One of them is now tragically passed, but it's one of my favourite songs that they put out a Christmas album on, I suppose, about 4 or 5 years ago now. And it was John Farnham and Olivia Newton-John. Friends for Christmas was the name of the album. And this is one of my favourite tracks off it. I mean, they're all beautiful, but I think this is the most appropriate one for this time of the year. It's beginning to look like Christmas. So I hope you enjoy It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas with John and Olivia. And, no matter what your preference is as far as Christmas carols, there's so many beautiful Christmas carols out there. Let them, get them on your device, get the music going, get the energy changing, the positivity, and sing out loud. That's what Christmas is about, even if you haven't got a good voice. Doesn't matter. It's about getting into the magic and changing the energy. And maybe, just maybe by doing that, we might end some of these wars that are going on around the world if we all join together and sing positive Christmas carols. So until next week, enjoy John and Olivia, and it is beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy Hump Day, and happy World Kindness Day today. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the lovely, wonderful, beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am super excited to come on today and just to, number one, always share my gifts with you all and to see how the readings are with the callers, but also to, share a little bit about what's been going on the last 3 weeks of my life. So